the the advanced intelligence, the smarts. Some people are street smart, some people are book smart. So you're not on books or in temples and are scribed into the scrolls or the rocks. You are the Word. Thank you, Father, for the Word. So always give thanks. And through this ministry, we can lift you up, lift up your Word. So gonna see if we can have a discussion about the water machine here. The welcome to machine, like Roger Waters. A lot of that. That's you, Father. I see it. Even though man makes it, you create all things, and so there's no luck. You are the writer, so you push the man's hand. So I see very clearly, through the fog of war and this war machine. The machine is plugged into the system, so I'm thankful that I have the ability to discern that. Father, thank you what the system is, what you sent your son because of the fees and the fines and the taxation, the oppression. You don't like oppression. So you under the Old Testament you were the judge. And judgment, it was eye for an eye, but we under the Old Testament, you were the final. You are, not were, you are. Thank you, Father. But all glory to Shiloh. If you didn't send that, we wouldn't have a covering under this testament. So I'm thankful for that, Father. And I know that most won't understand that. Turn down my fireplace here. So again, I don't think that many people realize that we've been programmed. We've been like propaganda, or they propose like a proposal, like a wedding, like a bride and a bride, before, ask for the hand, make a proposition. So, they don't realize that this is all going by the script. So Father's the writer, and if you have a spiritual eye to see, then this will be something that Oligas is what the word says. Will have the cover, the veil, the scales is what it says. The scales. He'll remove the scales from the eyes, because you'd be the veil or a veil, right? Like scales or a veil was covering. That's a covering. That's a veil, like a covering. So armor, but the veil, the scales that he removes is only from the eyes of his bride. So most people are blind. They don't have an eye to see, spiritual eye, or a hearing ear. It falls on deaf ears, so you can talk to them till you're blue in the face, or talk to the wall, since we were talking about the machine. And we don't need no education. People don't get it, but prognosko, that's a Greek word, to foreknow, to have foreknowledge of. So if you knew the script, you knew who the writer was, and you knew the words, then you'd know what was coming. There is no prophecy to foresee, to have prognosko, foreknowledge of the events to come. So no prophecy. So that was all fulfilled, right? Thank you, Father, for that, because Father writes. He's a writer. He creates everything not written. So if it hasn't been written yet, he's the one who pushes the woman under this covenant and man, because we're equally yoked. This is not Old Testament. What do you want, buddy? Puppy's coming over to hang out with the dad. All right, don't be a weasel. He's gonna weasel his way up here. Don't be a weasel. Don't be a weasel. It's my puppy dog. He's a good boy. And it's being a good. All done. All done. Love that puppy dog. He's puppy. Are you the boy? Where's the boy? Hey, come say hi. Come over here and say hi. No, don't you give me kisses. Don't you dare. All right. Okay. Again, just coming in to share the message. Welcome to Machine. Father doesn't like us. At the time, it's always been the same thing. It's like having, oppressing his people. He doesn't like oppression. He's the press. He's the separator. So we're not to stand for that. And if you stand by, then you're the majority. That's known as the silent, and you'll go down in written if they write your name anywhere, but as the silent majority, because you didn't speak up, you didn't share, and he tells us to be charitable. If you love him, that's what we're supposed to do. So remember, he doesn't like oppression. He actually likes charity, to love and to be patient, especially with Father, because he's the one who beats us. So it's a long suffering is what the word says, but most people don't like the word. They like the world. So thank you, Father, for the word. And I know that you create all these wars. You're the creator of all things. If it hasn't happened yet, you create everything that ever will be. So no luck, no free will. It's not a thing. Not in this ministry. It's not. We're not going to let you be a viper and add your own alien dialect to the conversation. He said, don't cast your pearls like seeds. You cast seeds. He said the enemy came and sowed seeds while you're sleeping. So don't sup like it's written on tables of their hearts. You don't break bread. Nope. Show them to the narrow way. The only way to the Father, the Most High, who's not in the sky, is through the Word, through this covenant, this testament, meek. Vengeance of, remember, eye for an eye, that's Old Testament. So quit trying to rip my love down from the tree in the covenant he made with his bride and put me under the Old Testament, the high priest of Aaron, Moses' laws, and Moses, Aaron, Levite. I'm not bound by that old Levitical law. So dietary law, laws of Sabbath, we bear and witness and take up our cross daily. So that's how this ministry works. So not like many are called, but few are chosen. So remember, these are my bride. I paid for them. I'll come back and redeem them, receive. I will go to where my Father's house, not in the sky, and come back, and there is purchased possession. Pick up was already been bought. Think about that. Isn't that a beautiful thing? It's all about a wedding. It's all about a return, resurrection, redemption. He said, look up. Your redemption draweth nigh. So we had us a little chat about those celestial markers in the sky, those with a celestial eye on the last live stream. It was a good live stream. We stood up and did a little whiteboard for a minute, and that's okay. Remember, I'm not trying to bring anybody to this ministry. Father is the one, the Most High. So he moderates the channel. I mean, people have the wrenches, but he's the one who sends the people here to the, seeking you shall find, asking you shall receive, knock and I will sup. Remember, he said, don't sup with vipers or cast your pearls. So like seeds, once again, he said the enemy came and sowed seeds. So remember, the mustard seed is the smallest. It grows to be like a little leaven. Leaven as the whole grows to be the largest in the garden, right? So careful. Like in the garden, Leviathan, that serpent, crooked, So, oh, pardon me. Perverted. How about that? Twisted, like a snake or like a cobra. Careful. Remember, I was a snake before you let me in. Then he let Joe Biden in. Oh, there's no such thing as politics either. So, no gravity, no politics, no free will, no luck. Poly means many, and tick is bloodsucker. So politics is many bloodsuckers. If you can't talk about history, then you're some kind of You already bought into left or right paradigm. You already been two cheeks to the same hole. Get to take your hole out of here, or two wings to the same dragon. They're mocking you. So, well, like a republic, like an elephant, like the republic before the 1871 Act of 1871, and they turned this into a corporation. But debt slavery, remember, he doesn't like oppression, but you won't stand up to that. You'll just go to work and you'll nail you to this New York Stock Exchange. That should be open here pretty soon, huh? Well, the market's overnight. Well, then they'll sell your labor, your treasure. Careful where you cash your pearls, your treasure, remember? Put your treasure on this rock, or you can put your treasure in a higher place. He's the snare that lifts us out of here. You came in head first. You're going to go by your feet if he's the snare. We'll see if your treasure is firmly attached tightly to them pockets that you got there. See if you got holes in your pockets, or if he turns you upside down. He said you must be as esteemed as the potter's clay. Turn their works upside down, and we'll see if when you get to that higher place, not in the sky, it's called heaven, but that's not where heaven's not above your head. That's not what heaven is. If it's still in your pockets, if you spent it already, you spent your treasure. Don't cash your pearls before swine, low energy swine. So nobody's going to teach you this. The ministry teaches this. The gospel should teach you this self. It's through the word. I'm not giving you anything new. I'm not teaching anything outside of the gospel. Sharing is what I'm doing. I'm just sharing. How about that? Teaching. He said, call the man teacher. That's the word prophet. Remember prophet? False prophet is the scorpizzo. That's the false teacher. That's the word scorpizzo. And that's the first people he deals with when he returns. Remember? Throws them into the pit. No knowledge, lake of fire, Hades, Tartarus, whatever. Word. Is Father is the word. How about that? In the beginning was the word. That's Hokadesh. It's all spoken. We had that conversation too. No gravity, no free will, no luck. No such thing as accepting Christ. Nobody's saved. Can't be saved. Nobody can save you. All these fallacies with their phallic worship, right? North and south, like Nimrod standing up the pole. Tammuz, the son of Satan. Remember the one who had sex with his mom after his dad, Christ Mass, died? Apollyon, the sun god, Baphomet, Bel. How many? I could call it 20 different names. It's still the same worshiping of the sun. In the middle of the winter to celebrate birth. And we're not to celebrate anything, especially birth. We had that conversation in the last live stream, so you might want to catch up if you're behind the times. Remember, history, it's not written in a book. The victor gets the spoils. You didn't get to see the loser side of his story, did you? No, he gets left out. Left out of history, writes it. Writer, victor gets the spoils. So you think you know history, you've just been programmed like a book. Well, 010101 like a computer. The computer's going to check to make sure you're a human being now. Let's see how smart you are, huh? You got a smart meter? So, all right, it is what it is. Probably put a smart meter out here at the ministry, but we'll keep it to one building. It's for the ministry too. Like I said, you create abundance. Tithing was with food, not with money. And tithing under this testament is spiritual, the word, Hokadesh. So, you don't have to give anybody anything other than the word, period, while you're here on this rock. Everything else, I know, he said, when you clothe them, you clothe me. When you fed them, you fed me. I understand. But being charitable with the word is what agape love is. I'm not talking about your worldly phileo, things like Peter, Paul, right? Stanley, Peter, is it Peter? Oh, Ace Frehley, Gene Simmons, Peter Chris, and Paul Stanley. No, not that. Kiss. We had to throw that in there. So we do that every once in a while here at the ministry. Throw in some music, some entertainment. People tend to respond to that. Never mind. So people think you can grow another leg when I say opposable thumb, when I say evolution. These people don't know what evolution is. If a man evolved from apes, why are there still apes? Grape ape. So speaking of the pretendant, PDF file in chief. So much. It's all right. We'll talk around the Allegor rhythm is a dancer. See if we can tiptoe or tap dance around this. Maybe you can do the moonwalk right out of here. So, all right. No, we won't do it. Peace. Going backwards, are you? So, all right. Speaking of shoot the moon, the moon, the lunar surface. Remember they They said they bombed the moon. So, and they said it rang, like bell. So, like taking a trip with the sun, God, lantern, rover, space boat, whatever space boats, right? They fly space boats in the sky and go to the lunar moon surface. So, like Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon. So, we had to have the conversation, had to bring it full circle, like a moon, like a lunar surface, like round, like an Oreo, or like a donut. So, how about a toroidal field? Torah, that's a circular, remember? Toroidal, Torah. Cylindrical. Well, how about outspoken? Reverse magnetism would be, remember, inwardly. It's just an inwardly spiritual Israel. It's an inwardly spiritual bride. They're inwardly Jews, spiritual Jews. There's no J. So, atom, like bomb, People are lost in space farce. Fission and fusion. It's not like people say, you use a microwave radio. It's a radioactive. I'm on a Mexican radio. I wish I was in Tijuana. All right, never mind. Hey, they got iguanas falling out of the trees in Florida again. Everything's perfect. Everything's awesome. Everything's normal. Go back inside. Look over here. Don't look over here. Prepare to be propagandized. Eyes. See? It's in the dialect. They live in an alien tongue. Oh, my birds out there are getting rained on again. They'll be all right. They're birds. They'll shake it off. So they'll be okay. They've got plenty of dry spaces, but they like to go out there. If you're hearing the rain on the tin roof, so I'm out here in the cabin, so I just have to deal with my quality. Sound is not, hopefully okay. The visual is not the effect here. Don't worry about what your eyeballs see. He warned of idolatry and imagery. So things of the dirt, don't worry about the dirt. I came from the dirt. I'll go back to the dirt. I'm not important like that. Just listen to the word. That's what you can hear. See what I'm saying? All right. So we're going to go back to the conversation about Father creates this evil and the war and welcome to Machine. So has anybody ever seen the video to Roger Waters' Pink Floyd War Machine? Well, Machine. Welcome to Machine. So, come on, that video was 1975 or something. The imagery, when do they do the imagery of that video? And look at it today. Modern day, plugged into the system, and there you go. What happens at the very end? Yep, they'll chop your head off, won't they? That's the way she goes. That'd make it scriptural. It's the way it is. You're supposed to, your head, remember, it's severed. He is the high priest. You're supposed to let him speak for you. So do what you're told. Remember, that's the war machine, Which will are you doing? Self-will or agape, Father's will? Because there's no free will. There is no luck. So, isn't Father man, what does that say? My eyeballs are smashed. So, apologize. Some of your words are blending together. It's my right eye's kind of screwed up, so it's all right. Thank you, Father, for still being able to have any visuals in my right eye at all. So, but anyways, careful. Sometimes things blow up in your face. Get it? But anyways, we'll move on in the conversation. Kind of like fission, fusion, remember? Atom bomb. Kind of like what the creator was saying. So, but anyways, we'll move on in the conversation here. So what I was saying again, I'm not sure if you've ever seen any of Roger Waters, visuals. He has obviously the creator, the illustration of their videos is absolutely epic, and it tells a story on its own, right? Aside from the beat and the chant, the music itself, remember many of the writings are acoustic, or they're not even a vocal, although that's what I do like about the music of and the writings of Roger Waters. It's very captivating, and it puts you into you don't need to be in some kind of altered state of mind, you know what I'm saying? You don't have to. People think, oh, well, you got to watch the wall. You got to be all on drugs. No, you don't. Probably actually be better that you're not on some kind of illicit drug and watch the movie. It'll tell probably a lot more than you just space brained out and you know, nonsense land. So it's okay, but that's what people associate the movie with. So if Jesus, there's no such thing as Jesus, okay? Listen to Jim. Jim with the letter J, because there was no J's. I have the text. The accepted, the ones that was canonized. It doesn't say Jim, Bob, Jack. Well, it doesn't say Jesus, so be quiet. Jesus is a person and Jesus is God. There's no such thing as God as a title. This is the world watered down. Somebody acting, an actor putting on some kind of fake alien dialect front for you, trying to act like they know what they're talking about. No dialect, alien, all modern Babylonian psychobabble. The letter J did not, it was the 12th century at the time of Rome. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, V, W, X, Y, Z was not the last letter added to the alphabet. God is a title. You're a child. You are. You have the dialect of a child. Well, tiny. You don't speak of anything written in the text. You speak like some religious idiot. Well, religious idiot's not an insult. Are you insulted by the word idiot? If you're insulted by the word idiot, just leave. This isn't the channel for you. This isn't the ministry for you. So, you know, and he said, don't add. A yod is a letter. He said, don't add a jot. That's a period. The smallest of the punctuation in the Hebrew. Remember, he was a Hebrew Israelite. He was a lion, you know, Leo from the tribe. He sprang out of Judah from the house of David. And go watch the last live stream. Maybe get a little education, but don't come in here with no religious. I rebuke all your vain religions. None of you who are religious speak the Hokadesh, the spirit. You don't speak the word. In the beginning was the word. So you're not going to be able to make it in here. And that's fine. He says, do not sup. Don't sup with vipers. Don't cast your pearls before swine. Low energy. Me cast the unclean truths, not demon. And cast the guy man said he was legion, many lies. So into the swine, and then wandered off the cliff to its watery judgments. You guys are, you religious people, you water all this down. Like all your baby manger nonsense, God birthed in the middle of the winter. There's no Jesus. There's no sun God as Satan birthed on December 25th on your pagan, Gregorian, lunar tick calendar. It's not 2026 either. So don't come in here and try to affect this ministry. It won't work. Remember, put on the armor of God. And there you go, Legion. So if they won't get it, you know. No, it's Jesus is a translation. Okay. This isn't my ministry. This is Father's ministry. That has nothing to do with me. Father is a creator. Everything that ever will be. See, this is what religion does to people there. Calvin. Is that like Calvin Klein? Is that what that says? Twice. Is that what this? No. No, it doesn't. It says Calvin Calvarino. Like Gregory Mannarino. So, okay, anyway, so this is not my ministry. It is a body. Remember, the body is the church. Fun fact, if Jesus was ripped apart, there would be a mobile in every church. Well, they did rip apart their King Jesus. Remember, their Saturnalia, their Yule god, and they ate them. They do. Remember? Eat my body. They pass around kind of like a mobile. Everybody gets their little woo around and they do their pass in the baskets and yeah, they do it already. It's called Catholicism, which is Satanism. Christianity, Mormons, Presbyterians, Protestants, Baptists, Southern, Calvinists, they're all vain. They don't study the word at all. Remember, study to prove yourself worthy of you're going to bis knowledge. My people shall perish for lack of knowledge. They'll gnash teeth in hell, which is not below your feet. You don't die and hell isn't below your feet. That's not what hell is. Earth isn't below your feet either. God's not in the sky. God is a title, okay? So stop it. Don't come in here and try to penetrate, fornicate. You go fornicate with your own little other Jesus if you want to sit there and use words that were never written in scriptures. Not ever, not once do you'll find the letter J. And I'm not fighting over a yod. He said, don't add a jot. That, once again, that's the smallest of the punctuation, or your name may be blotted out and you'll go to hell. That's what the book says. So don't shoot the messenger. That's the word angel in English. Well, that's the definition of an angel, is a messenger. The Greek word is angelos. That's what it says, angelos. If you'd actually study any Greek, but you don't speak any Greek, do you? None. Kind of like what, Catholic priests, what do they eat on Sunday? None. Well, your kids, if you're not careful. Oh, well, the Catholics wrote the Quran. What do you think Muhammad's all about? See, you need to study. That way you can, no weapon formed against you shall prosper. Know your scriptural, biblical, historical record. Yeah, he's writing the book and he's not giving you the left out loser side. So there's a lot more to history than you read. Yeah. And you're probably even reading the wrong scriptures. There's only one accepted text. The one that they canonized. They pulled out every word and defined it, period. That's it. There's no other accepted text. That's why it's called the interlinear Textus Receptus. Textus Receptus, the text, the interlinear text. Written in both Hebrew, Old Testament, and you don't speak any Hebrew, do you? None. Remember? Like priests? Nuns, get it? None? All right, never mind. Hey, whatever. They used to be able to pay to get for your sins, right? Confess your sins to a man. He said, believe no man. Be sure no man deceive you. Man, you can't serve two masters. You can't serve man and the Most High. Can't serve self. Yeah, that's what it says. It's the Old Testament, what he's telling us. Paul's writing in Ephesians 6 and 11. He tells us 2 times to put on the armor. The flesh is the Old Testament. Remember, they hung his flesh from a tree, like a contract of a bride and a bridegroom, where they would nail the bride to a tree. No, they wouldn't nail the bride to a tree. They would have a bill of marriage, and they would have 2 witnesses, and they'd nail that paper contract to a tree. But he nailed his flesh. They nailed it. Remember, nothing good could come of Nazareth, or they wouldn't have nailed him from the tree, right? Wouldn't have nailed him to that tree. No, he knew exactly. Didn't even say a word, did he? He wasn't of Nazareth, remember? Lion, Leo, sprang out of Judah, the house of David, born of Bethlehem. David was of Bethlehem. Christ was of Bethlehem. These people are lost. They're little baby manger Nazareth Jesus. That's Satan. Learn the difference. See? You do the works of your father, the devil, the adversary. Satan is what he said. These are the synagogues of Satan, and it is today. All these temples, churches, modern day buildings, block, rock, brick, mortar, rafter. I don't care. He said that the most high, MOSTHIGH, does not dwell in temples made by, we're not under a physical, I can have tattoos. I'm not under some physical, wrestle not against flesh. Hokadesh is spirit. Yeah, that's what it says. Wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, powers, the rulers of the darkness of this world. Spiritual, Hokadesh, spiritual wickedness in high places. Wherefore I say unto you, and he already declared earlier in the scripture, put on the whole armor, and he says twice and declares 2 witnesses, he hung his flesh, right? That same contract, you had to have 2 witnesses. Can you pay attention? You got a TikTok rot brain going here. That's what religion does to people. Yeah, the boots, the helmet of salvation, the breastplate of armor. Go back and read Ephesians. Continue reading the scripture, brothers, sisters. This is what he tells us. Paul was the gospel. Father spoke through Paul's writings through the gospel. So that is the gospel. All of Paul's writing. You leave the gospel out, you leave Paul's writing, that's not, he said, don't take anything out. Do not take even the smallest comma, tittle, let alone add a yod. Cosmos is an orderly arrangement of yods. Letters, words, and it actually means an orderly arrangement. It's not actually of yods or letters or stars. Cosmos are not stars. Get away from me there. Astronaut, cosmonaut, space balls, farce. You can take your 2 man's nuts, grab them, and get them out of here. Now you're going to be telling me that there's some kind of space Walkie or Wookie or Chewbacca had Wookie. We had a threesome with Anakin Spacewalker, and now we got big feet. Get away from me. The spinning bell trick. They're all on a planet. It means wander. Doesn't mean a spinning ball. A planet is not a spinning ball. Father didn't create spinning ball for you to live on. Go away from me, double dribble. Remember declaring 2 witnesses? He always does. Get it? Double dribble. Hey, we had to do that. Hey, you had to throw it in there. It's an organic channel. Father does it. He's the one who makes me, Cosmos, say these orderly arrangement of this. Remember, I'm not that I have the scripture here, but I share the gospel over and over. I'm like a broken record, stuck on the gospel. Through definition, he said, I am the aletheia. That's the gospel. Refining, defining, that's the gospel. That's what Paul said. Through much tribulation, the ellipsis, like a trial. You're on trial, get it? And there's going to be a judge, and you better have retain some kind of attorney. There you go. Etymology. It's in the words. Father is the word, and they're held down by their alien dialect creator. They are. Look at, they speak in an alien tongue. These think that alien is a being. Alien is a word. Father is the word. So don't you dare call my father an alien. I mean, you got to have the attention span of a fly. You watch too much Star Trek, Nanu, space farce, babble. That's what they speak. I call it New Mystery America. American, they don't even speak formal English. Yeah, and all this other, yeah, it's cool. You want me to get you a jacket? No, I'm chill. I know, I'll get you a jacket. Man, see that? It's fired. Make up your mind, hot or cold. He said, lukewarm, I'll vomit you from my mouth. So, psychobabble. This is what they speak. New Mystery, Babylonian psychobabble. Mostly American, not even English, remember? Because English is a dead language anyways. They've even watered it down even more. They do. I know, it's flipping sick, isn't it? What do you want me to do? Go get the Catholic priest who will go get some holy water and sprinkle some holy water on you because you got a demon because you're flipping sick? Must need to perform an exorcism. I call it pig Latin. Well, pig Latin, think about it. Low energy swine. He cast the low energy swine, the demons, the distributors of fortune, legion, many demons into the swine, and it wandered off the cliff to its watery judgments. Twice. It is. It's a corrupt language. It's meant to understand people, put them in slavery. You understand what I'm saying, soldier? Now get down off your knees. I know it. I've been licked. You sound like the president. I mean, pretended. POTUS, PDF file in chief, queef, or what? Bunch of hot air, if you ask me. What hole's it coming out of? It don't matter. Two cheeks of the same hole, two wings of the same dragon. So, yeah, they stand under. They don't stand over. They don't overstand. They all under, you know. Like, beat your face. That they said that in the military. That meant like do push-ups. Beat your face. You know, pull out some real estate, soldier. They all these, remember, safe words? No safety. There's no safety. Those who say peace and safety, sudden destruction will come upon those who call out for shalom. So, but no, it's a dead language. People are stung from a child and they get schooled, so they go with the flow and cast spells. I grew up watching the TV guy, got told what to do, and they programmed us, and we literally, it was back from it don't matter. It's been going on for thousands of years. This isn't new news. Remember, news, might want to get with the news. We're not spinning on the ball, north, east, west, and south. Spinning on a ball, huh? Get with the news. It's not fake. It's lame stream media, not fake news. So get away from me. You fall for that Mr. Warp Speed. No. MAGA high priest of the Satan church, the adversary. Remember, do as thou will. There's no free will. There's no luck. There's no gods in the sky. See? Understand. These people are under a ball. They're spinning on a ball, and they're, remember, on their heliocentric model, perverting, twisted and spinning, corkscrewing, they say. They say they're corkscrewing. In the third dimension, rock from the sun, 33rd Masonic rituals that they do, like black and white tile, you know, their arch, like the McDonald's. It's in everything. If you had eat your kids, right? Genetically modified. Dip them in chicken. Yeah, right. Yeah, you spin me right round like a record, baby. Right round. You're wiki, y'all. They're wickedness. You'll know them by their fruit, not judge them by their cover. He's the word. What are they talking about? And actions speak louder than words. What I'm just saying. What are you doing? Careful with these vipers. He tells you don't sup with people who have an alien tongue. He does. Demons. Distributors of fortunes or lies to others. Define the words that come out of your face. Pie hole, like an American pie hole, like a penny. Or like you can blow your little flute, like round, or like a pole with your pole god. American pie. Get it? All right, never mind. Careful where you stick that flute, all right? Go blow your Peter Pan god somewhere else, please. We don't do the Pan gods in here. God is a deity. Little g God, their titles, ancestors, fortunes. Remember all this? This is all done for thousands of years. You're just spun on a ball. They spun you, kind of like that, pin the tail on the donkey like an ass. They get you wandering like a planet. Hey, I'll make you see why Stevie had the wonder. Wonder or wander? So, see what I'm saying? Hey, it is what it is, man. These people that I live on this rock with, 98% of them think they're spinning on a ball. So they're already severed their. Didn't you watch this Welcome to Machine video? Does anybody ever seen the Welcome to Machine from Roger Waters? Go back and watch the video. I encourage, if you haven't, I'll take a little screen capture. You know what I'm saying? Of I'm saying. It's all this program. It's even in the music. They put it in television. Music like beat, chant, mantra, So there you go. But look at it. Look how ahead of its time it was, Solo. Look how old that video is. And look at us now, plugged into the machine. Welcome to machine. It's like, whoa, how do they know? Prognosco. I told you, Roger Waters' father made, obviously, him through the writing and the illustrators and all this was a forecoming of what is to come. I already told you the wall discerns right where we're at right now. Wait until Pinksy gets back up on the stage. So ya thought ya might like to go to the show to feel the warmth in a confusion, the Space Cadet glow. I'll leave it at that. Space Cadet, huh? My dad used to call me that all the time. Space Cadet. He did. Spacey Tracy. He did all the time. He must have got that from Roger Waters. He's like, you're somewhere else, like on the dark side of the moon, man. Come back to Earth. Nanu. He did. He used to pester me, and that's okay. I was there, but I wasn't listening to him. Well, I heard him. I just didn't listen. Big difference. That's okay. I've already admitted it. I have to admit my faults. I'm never going to admit that you have a problem to fix it. You can't, alcoholism, the number one stage is denial. So I'm glad I don't have a addicted personality, but, back to what I'm saying. You got to admit that you have a problem if you want to fix it. So I don't know what's the problem. He said, be in it, but be not of it. That was me when I was a child. Seriously, younger. I was like, this world's not for me. Why am I the only one that thinks this way? You guys all scare me. I'm the only one who thinks like this. You guys are all normal. I'm crazy. Or I'm normal and you're all crazy. See the dilemma I had as a child? It's been there since I can remember. Seriously, I don't know what you went through as a child, but these are the things that Father always beat me with. Like, I don't want to be here. Quantum leap. Remember that movie? I'm in the wrong body. Get me out of here. Quantum leap me back to where Father's at. Let me go back to Hokadesh. But we got to be here. You got to do your mission while you're here so you can, Hokadesh, go to and return. He said he redeemed his bride. So it's always been like that for me. As long as I can remember, this world was like, wow. And everything my dad ever taught me, it most like 85, 90% of the things he said came to pass, like some pretty epic, the wealth gap, China, just so many things he brought, and my dad was 37 years old when he died. So he was very young, but a very witty and wise man. He taught me so many things. I only got to spend 7 years, that I have memories of being with my dad, and he shoved so much crap into my brain in 7 years. It was, and some of the stupidest things too. I've shared them in here too, just little jingles or whatever, I don't know what they call those, whatever, almost like poems or just, he liked a little bit of comedy. He liked to laugh. He liked to work hard and he liked to play hard. That's the way my dad was. He did. He could, time management. he was a great dad. He really was a good dad. He had faults just like I have faults as a dad. And I really wish my son, if he's so mad at me, would forgive me and call me, and or have somebody get a hold of me and just let me know if he's alive, if that was even a thing. If Father wants that, heck with what I want. I won't get what I want, but that's obvious. But you can't always get what you want, but you may find out sometime you get what you need. So he always gives me what I need. Thank you, Father, for that. So, but thank you for giving me the eye to see, that this machine, like I said, when Roger Waters obviously wrote this, this father had something, he had his hand in it. Remember, he's the one who pushes the man's hand. So he creates all things. So if you can't get that through your head, then like I said, this channel won't work for you. You got to understand that there's nothing happening by chance. There's no free will, and there is no such thing as luck. I don't care if you stack the deck, try to shave the dice. Don't shave. He said, don't add or take away. He knows where the dice will land. He knows where the cards will fall, where they will lie. You cannot. Father created all things. So you don't think he doesn't know? I mean, that's not even trying to discuss physics. He knows exactly. Remember, addition, subtract. You want to make it mathematical? He's perfect. He doesn't make mistakes. He's blameless. Remember the inner man? Paul wrote about in his writings that cannot sin. He told us to circumcise the outer man, the flesh, wrestle not against flesh. We have cut off, circumcise. The only thing that exists without darkness, you got this backwards. Remember, where you're at right now is a different realm. You are put into the playground of the adversary. Darkness was the light was created from the darkness. Remember? The darkness was here before the light. Father created this, right? Overcame this place. That's why you need to stay in the light. Children of darkness or children of light, like the eye is the lamp of the body. Dark and light don't mix. Water and oil don't mix. See what I'm saying? You can't be lukewarm. That's the gray area. Shades, how many 50 shades of gray or whatever, how many shades? I don't know how many, that's in between. You've got to be one or the other. So remember that. This is what this is coming down to. That's why he doesn't want us to add, doesn't want us to take away. That's mathematical. That, hey, you can't make it no more mathematical than that, right? Add or subtract, don't take away, don't add. You want to make it hooked on phonics? Don't even add a yod. He said jot. He'd talk about punctuation, being punctual, showing up on time. These people are in a whole different time, place, and space. Their God is in the sky. Oh, these people are like the Old Testament. I know. Just like in the days of old, going after gods in the sky, celebrating the New Year's right in the middle of the winter. What kind of people do the world that you live in? They think they're spinning on a ball on a planet, Earth, the world. So what can I do? Don't worry about it. Remember, you can't turn goats into sheep. It's not possible. I knew you from the foundation. Remember, from the foundation of the world, I knew you before you were in the womb. I set you aside. He created vessels of wrath, fitted for destruction from the foundation of the world, and vessels of mercy. Those that'll have their Shem called out in that at the wedding supper at the Feast of the Lambs. In the book. That's kind of funny, isn't it? People don't know what a book is. Now it's written on tables of our hearts. So like tables, you're going to turn over. Remember, he turned over the money changer tables. So let's go back to the conversation. We'll bring it full circle like a penny that America makes no sense. He doesn't like taxation. Remember, he whipped the people selling the doves. So I'm not saying be physical. We'll just put it out there. I had to do a little Devo for you. Whatever. I want my MTV. How about that for going back in time, getting into a time machine? At the tone, the time will be. How about that? What's wrong with you? You can't keep up with the time, can you? I know. You're in 2026. It's not 2026 there, silly rabbit. The New Year's does not start in the middle of the winter. April Fools. I know, they've already been fooled. Spun around like a children's game, like pin the tail on the ass. They don't know heads from tails. two sides to this, well, two different sides of the same coin, like a donkey and an elephant. Get it? You mix red and blue together, what do you get? Kitty touch, purple people eaters. If you can't keep it in the pants, keep it in the family kind of people. Royalty, presidents, elitists, corporations, all of them. Rockefellers, Rothschilds, Gates, Thumps. Remember? Clinton, all of them. They're all in on it. Remember? These families. The ones that like to drink, they like the, well, not stainless, like chrome, like nickel. Well, they're going to take the nickel next. Remember, America makes no sense. So, you guys went quiet on me. What the heck happened? Thank you, Father. We were having a conversation for a minute, and then you just smashed my chat. So, Father doesn't make mistakes. It's okay. I'm just here to share the gospel, baby. Narrow is the way, straight is the gate. Broad is the way that leads to hell. Hell is no knowledge. Most people are living in that hell already. It's not below your feet. Sorry, hell's not below your feet. You're probably already there. Gnashing teeth. So, like those little teeth, you wind up teeth. It is what it is. Maybe one of those little hop along, little whatever. Still like a wind up toy, like a barrel full of monkeys. So, I had to go there. Hadn't done that for a while. It's a game of monkeys, remember? They think they evolved from apes. Man evolved from apes. Why are there still apes? So, it's hard to be in this world, guys. People think they're spinning on a ball. So, but you have to endure to the end. If you want to be saved, you can't check out early. You're dead. That's already written. You can't take your own life. That's not how this works. So, if he said you have to endure if you want to be saved. So, nobody's been saved. See, there's proof. You have to endure to the end. Remember, in sozo, to be picked up, lifted from a beginning point to an ending point, and then healed over here. Not here, not anywhere along the way. No, you're going to get healed over here. So all this pain and suffering will have he's the healer. He is the one that redeems. He's a redeemer. He paid for it. He's going to come pick up anybody who screwed you over, he will right. Anybody who wronged you, he will right. Anybody who caused you pain, he will heal you over here. No, that's not what happens. Okay, whatever, man. That's why you're not in the Word. And you do what this world does. All this stuff over here. So I got saved over here. No, you didn't get saved over here. You were purchased, like putting money in a bank, and if you spend it, you don't have anything in your savings account. See, you spend it on this earthly ruled dialect. God's in the sky. When I die, I'm going to go to the sky. No, you're not. Nobody goes to the sky. Nothing's coming from the sky. There's never been anything in the sky. Father is not in the sky. Father is the Word. Where do you get sky? Where do you get Father? Father created the sky, the firmament, the stars, the sun, the moon. We're locked in the firmament. Don't you remember what the Word says? Oh, no, now we're spinning on a ball, corkscrewing on a third block rock from the sun. Corkscrewing through time and space. And get out of my space there, remember? Like digits, like digital, get down, get out of here. So I'm not trying to suppress anybody, but I don't want anybody in here that's 010101, remember? Advanced intelligence. There's no such thing as artificial intelligence. There's another one. These people think a computer is alive. It can learn. It's programmed to do whatever the programmer programs. Oh my gosh. Their God is in the sky. Computers can learn. It's feeling a little Terminator-esque, isn't it? Ought to be back. Here we go, like the Redeemer. Like John Connor, baby. They're Jesus Christ, John Connor, JC. The movies are predictive programming, but they won't tell any lies to your vision. The government loves you, and be a good slave to the system and pay your taxes and good work. We don't need no education. Turn them into the meat grinder, right? See what I'm saying? It's so relatable. So, relate. Can you relate? So, realize, tell I, vision, or realize? Do they tell lies to your vision, and is everything you see in reality on TV? on the television because you saw the visual. We can't even tell the difference between, well, without a pretty good system, it's pretty hard to tell the difference. They've surely blurred the lines, haven't they? That gray area. See, that's why he said don't be, nuh-uh, you got to be hot or cold, somewhere, nowhere in between. Nope. He is insisting on one or the other. He actually demands, and makes his people, remember, go through the narrow way. Narrow, not the broad. Broad is the fame, the big, what the world is doing. They're all spinning on a ball, remember? They do it on television. They do it through their marathons, whatever. All these, they only care about the homeless on Christmas and Thanksgiving. To their holidays. So, I know. They only care about the homeless on Thanksgiving. And when it comes to pedos and politicians, the documents end up missing. Now, why is that? Or whatever, redacted. So, hey, that's a little B.O.B. Bob for you. We're just quoting Little Bob lyrics. So, I don't know what's going on. Thanks for coming in. Sabrina said hi. I don't know how, higher than a hippie over Iran or, well, in a B-2 bomber or what. So, it's here in half an hour. So, this desert's got this nice little thin layer of more of a silty sense, and so it can get quite moosh out here, kind of a moon dust, kind of like talcum powder mixed with drain the swamp dust, or, well, not dust because it's not, muskeg. If you're from Alaska, you know about what I'm talking. My bad. Like a waterbed. So, like this thin little layer of, that it is what it is. So, underneath it's still a little dry, so it's like skating on this stuff. So it is, it is what it is. You won't tear it up too bad, at this point, because it hasn't. I don't know. This has been a pretty mild. If you look, we're more. The snowpack on the West Coast has been none. A lot of these ski areas have had some serious issues with snowpack. So it's this, polarity push. Remember polar vortex that's been drooling, like waning down, like drool, that, whatever. Get it? Drool. Down into the, all the way down into Florida. They got iguanas falling out of the trees in every state. Got snow this year, what I'm saying? Or last year, my bad. Every state received some kind of, or maybe it was this year. So there's not one that didn't. So that's that polar vortex that's drooling down because the weakening and the waning of our magnetic fields. What do you know, Joe? What you must be a rocket scientist, So it is. It's been, the east side of the more of the northern side of Canada, and a little bit too, because obviously the La Nina cycle, it's been coming over here from the west, but it pushes down into that, look at the Craton, look at the Rockies. It's passing, a lot of that's pushing, right around this Pacific Northwest, and it's created a completely different cycle than than people are used to. And actually, if you go over to David Devine at Adapt 2030, this is lining up with the Maunder minimum, just like it did. Alaska warming, cooling over here, all this Europe cooling. This is lining exactly up with the Maunder minimum. So I tell you to follow David. You can learn a lot, discern everything he says, but he has a lot of good information. So he's a cycle guy like me. That's why I watch David, because he pays attention to these cyclical things in nature. Everything's cyclical in nature. There's nothing new under the sun. Remember that. That's what King Solomon understood as well. That's what I'm saying. Everything's off. There is no normality when it comes to weather anymore. That's why I don't understand how people don't see what's going on. Well, no, it's okay, because I'm not trying to change anybody, remember? But just the weather alone should alert you to, wait a minute. Maybe there's not the extreme where it's coming to take my life, but this is not the norm. And there are people who have been displaced every day. Thousands, tens of thousands of people are displaced just by weather. Not by war, not by eugenics program, by nature. Mother, that's their Armageddon, if you will, their apocalypse, Well, I understand that. That's not helping the cycles, Brandon. But remember, there is a master cycle here, the Yuga cycle. Remember, you can't serve two masters. Father controls the sun. I've taught you that. I know you're not straying that from, you know what I'm saying? Oh, they help manipulate, they spray, they have technology where they use radio and frequency and all this to move patterns and create. I'm not saying that they don't, but remember, there is a master cycle here that they can't run. And the one that I'm talking about, basically, just in a nutshell, Sabrina, is the solar maximum and the solar minimum. Any of the variables, any in between, I don't really care about. That's a gray area, and I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the maxima and the minima. They can't affect that. That affects the La Nina cycle that I'm talking about, that's causing this cycle that we're having right now, this polar drool vortex that dips down, that has been for, this is a cycle. I understand this. I don't fall for this, I pay attention. The devil's in the details, but that's what I'm saying. Father's creating the weather. They can manipulate, steer, but they're not changing. Did they? I haven't even looked. So, okay. Whoa. I thought it would. Like I said, they couldn't pull it down during the Chinese Lunar New Year. So it didn't. It didn't go down. And then look at it, open right back up. So there's too much, demand by industry. I don't care about people buying necklaces and wearing jewelry and buying coins. And you're not even a part of the market. You're a fraction of the whole. Okay. Oligas, the main buyer of these Comex bars. That's why they shut off the refineries. They want the pure silver right now. They don't even want to mess with the junk, the silverware. They'll take that, but you got to get these big whales want their 1,000-ounce Comex bars. I know what I'm talking about. I'm not a fool. So I've been in this, decades have been in this market. So look how much I've lost by getting it taken away from me. Don't tell anybody where your stack's at, and you won't have a third party risk. So. No, cool. No, I appreciate it. I didn't even have the time to look up. It's about that time. And I was wondering today, what's going to happen. And we all wonder because of the war and all this Iran, and it should go up. All this war talk drove it up last time to $1.20. I think that was the biggest driver last time. Really. I mean, it truly was a fake. I know what it was. It was this firm over in China where they help, because China wants, the Shanghai, all this paper commodities, Comex, Shanghai, LBMA, all this, you're aware of this, you know what I'm saying? So we're seeing it. Like I said, look at this, the separation between the two markets, the backwardization between the two. So it should explain a lot. Look at the premiums. Look at a lot of people. This is too big for most people. Most people just want to click on a button and get rich quick. Bitcoin, stock market. These markets are way too vulnerable for people with soft hands. They'll get rid of it too fast. They buy at a high and sell at a low, like all the people who bought at 120. So what? You got it in your safe. They don't have it anymore. Take it out of the coffer. I'm not telling you to buy anything. I'm just being realistic about how this works. So thanks, Father, for giving me the understanding on how these markets work. Looks like it's just you and me solo, but there might be, but it doesn't matter. You're not going to change this cycle either. As far as Father has a master plan to, some of these cycles are things that they can click, with a click of a mouse, change things today. But the cycle that I'm talking about is a cycle such as gold has always been money. Well, no, silver has always been money. Silver has been used as money way more than gold. It is, because I think about the fractionalization of that. Why? Well, because look at what gold is in this modern day ratio exchange where it's too expensive. Silver is broken down like change. Silver was the first scriptural, the silver dinar. You know what I'm saying? Like J.P. Chase got fined, $900 million, and a little slap on the wrist for as much money as they made, and they're still custodial over the market. J.P. Chase was one of the largest holders of, this is ridiculous, but that's what it is. That's the world we live in. They know who's spoofing the markets. People went to jail and they still allow them to be custodial over the markets. Price manipulation, spoofing. They already got caught. Traders went to jail. J.P. Chase Morgan. Doesn't change, So, Who was this group the other day? I was looking at this commodity. Who was the largest paper holder? I saw that the other day, and then I couldn't go back and find it again. And I'm not sure why Bix is not talking about it. It must be this this silent group that's been buying up a lot of these, paper contracts at the commodities exchange. Remember all these, January wasn't even the delivery month. No, I told you who, if you go back, I found out who it was. They taught the other day. I don't know why this isn't out in the open, but there was a channel that I watched the other day. They were talking about this larger than BlackRock, larger than JP Chase, larger. They're the largest holder of paper shares right now on the market, dwarfing a lot what they have. And this is this other silent buyer, that what I'm talking about. If you're in this is crazy right now, you know what I'm saying? And I'm not in a disagreement with what you're saying there, Solo. I don't know where this group is. It's some group. I should have check marked that video. I don't know. Maybe I did save it. I probably did. Knowing me, I probably bookmarked it or something. When I find something that valuable, because I would want to discern it again and double check and triple check. And I don't just, that's why I can't for certain tell you what it is right now. But there, what I'm talking about. There's been this large, buyer, kind of a silent buyer. And I'm like, wait a minute, somebody exposed it. I'm like, why is this not been put out there? But, many are called and few are chosen to, Father puts his people where he wants them. And so, I don't know what I'll find it again. But again, moving on, what I'm saying? It will. And I think I bookmarked it, but it did. It was some kind of group, like, I don't want to say Freeman or something like that, but it was something group. So it was obviously kind of like what they've been priming us with, getting us in our ear, hearing that there's this other, but this actually called it out, straight outright called, I don't know, bigger than BlackRock, bigger than Palantir, bigger than, it's amazing how I didn't see this. So, hey, it could have just been another one of these, what are spoof or AI or whatever. It didn't show a lot, but it was like, it did have some validity to it as far as when I was looking into the numbers were matching. And somebody could have just taken the numbers and spun it into an AI video, and that's what you can do now. Grox will do it for you, all these other, whatever. Like I said, this world is becoming such a fuzzy place. Most people couldn't even prove that they know what reality is right now. Yeah, and I don't think that most people have enough proof to prove that they're a human being. I don't care if you check the box and say that you're a human being. Prove it to me. I don't think you're real. I think you're some kind of digital get down. They must have taken your algorithm and cycled it, and now you're just some program non-player character in the game. Get in the van. You can't prove that you're real. Tell me what reality is. Okay, normality. If you can't prove to me what normality is right now, you got to get in the little white van. Maybe these ISIS clowns will come pick you up. That'll be their next mission. Remember, if you're not going along with the program, you're not hooked up. We don't need no, remember? Welcome to machine. If you're not hooked into the machine. So, careful. They're in the cycles that I'm talking about right now. If you were paying attention, is these debt cycles too. These masters of the debt cycles, they roll these things out. Roll over. Remember, put, stop, stay, short, derivative. Remember the $3 quadrillion derivative market right now? Remember, I've talked to you about this for how many, more like a decade. If all this $3 quadrillion tries to pile into this $900, million, $1 billion, not even $1 trillion market cap, it'll blow the silver market out overnight. Silver could go 0.000 on the end of it. The ratio would close. I said it didn't matter about price. It was the ratio, and then it wouldn't be unaffordium, and then unobtainium when you couldn't get it anymore. The two events that would happen. But people, no, we saw almost unaffordium. The coin dealers couldn't afford to buy it. You understand? They couldn't. They almost shut down the whole market of local coin shops. These people only have so much overhead in their, cash to pay out you and then send it to the refiner. People come in there with, $250,000, have 50, 60. How many people could you buy from a day as a coin shop at 100, plus an ounce for silver? Almost wrecked the markets at 100. Unaffordium. They couldn't afford to buy it. We've already seen it. We've almost already seen the unaffordium. If they didn't pull these markets back down, you wouldn't probably be able to get silver anymore. They would. Those silver shops would have shut down, I guarantee you. I don't care what they had in their stores. That'd have been no more to the market. You'd been probably stuck in the pawn shop. And they don't give the prices that your local coin shops do. No, they don't. Most of them pay under spot and maybe sell at spot. But we're talking about spot plus, and they're paying spot under right now. You better know how this market works, or you're going to be ended up holding the bag. Seriously, most people buy, well, the elite buy low when nobody wants it and sell high. Well, they buy at the ankles, the knees, and sell at the shoulders, not the head. Nobody can pick the top of the market. That's not possible. And that's just good timing. This all Father's timing is perfect. But 80% of the gains are made, and 80 to 90% of the gains are made in the last 10 to 20% of the market. But these people already made enough money because they buy at, remember, the ankles. Hey, they might even sell at the knees, sell at the hips, and then sell at this. But you're not going to pick the top of these markets. You don't know enough about economics anyways. Most people don't. Most people are very uneducated when it comes to monetary. And I'm not giving you any economic advice. Go contact your whatever Schwab, whatever you stick in your ear, Charles, Les, whatever your advisor, Robin, whoever your Robin Hood, whatever hood you're stomping around in. But I know that gold and silver have always been money, and they've never gone to zero in the last 8,000 years. And there's been over 400 currency paper payments that have all gone to, well, except for the currently ones put into circulation are the only ones that haven't gone to zero. The only ones that are currently floating around in circulation right now. Every other one's gone to zero. Gold and silver never gone to zero. So, but, they want a get rich quick scheme, and that's not what gold and silver are. Gold and silver are normally put away for generational wealth. It's a way to retain your purchasing power. No matter what the price is irrelevant. You're not going to want to be on this rock if silver's $1,000 an ounce. You ain't going to have nowhere to sell it. Well, probably to the government, but I don't know. What do you want to sell it to the government? Well, they made it a strategic metal. They've already done this. Maybe they'll make an executive order and demand that you turn your silver and gold in again, like they did before. In this silver too, 1934. Everybody talks about how they made people surrender by executive order their gold, but never talks about in 33 how in 34 they did the same thing with silver. People are lost. They don't talk about anything. They have a very small, narrow mind. And I'm here to educate you, right? Open your mind, Smokey. Whatever. You know this, man. You need a little entertainment or something? All right, we had to do a little Friday in here. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So this is why I want to try to get people into this cycle next time. Now, look, I'm not giving you any economic advice. Never sell your metals. And if the government comes to take, maybe you should just go fishing. And if they're just going to take it from you, you can use it and make it into lures or something. Just go fishing with it or something. Take it in a lake and go fishing with your silver. It would make it shiny, like a Rapala or a, you know what I'm saying, like a Panther Martin or take it on a lake. I think that'd be the best thing to do with it. If it's just going to get taken from you, you should just go fishing with it. Just make like spinnerbait with it. Make sure you ask permission to go fishing though, and you got a license, especially in Oregon, because they're going to pass this IP 28, make it a criminal act to fish. So you should go fishing with your metals. But anyways, but if you don't do that for now, you can actually, because I think that they're actually paying like $85 to $90 right around or close to or a little under spot price. So unless you're planning on holding on to it for generational wealth and just burying it somewhere where you don't think the government can get to it or nothing, and you're not worried about that, just, it's called I think they call them dirt safes or something like that. I'm not sure. There's lots of different ways people store their, but something like that. But anyway, so yeah. So if they make by an executive order, which is meant for a corporation and not actually, for a citizen of the corporation. But okay. So, but anyways, if they pass these, executive not by the, judicial, legislative, and executive, the judicial, Legislative, that's Congress, right? Okay, moving on. It's too complicated for most people. That's what I'm saying. They're not understanding how any of this works. So, but look, I'm not telling anybody because I already told you I only care about ratio of the two metals. If you talk about price, you're a child. You truly are. You're childish when it comes to this precious, well, by rarity or scarcity. So supposedly, you know, that's why they call it precious. Dirt, shiny dirt, whether it's yellow, the yellow metal or the white metal, that's what they call them in other countries. They call it money. They call silver money in a lot of countries. In the Asian, many they do. They call it money. But anyways, as this next run up comes up, what I'm trying to speak to you of is if you couldn't get rid of it for right around $100, do you think of it again if it goes over that price again? So you can either take it fishing. That's a good thing to do with it if it's just going to end up getting taken from you, or you could go pull some of your profit right now from whatever you have in it and do a remodel. Maybe you could buy something for the ministry if you want to donate or to yourself. Well, whatever works, whatever in your little world. You don't have to donate anything here. You don't have to tithe. You don't have to do any of that other than the word. That's the only requirement to be a part of the ministry is donating your word and your time. It has to be good tithes. You know, the word can't be swine talk, pig Latin. So either way, though, what I'm saying is, so let's go back. I'm not giving any economic advice. It's not wrong to pull profit if that's possible before you can't sell it again, because that is still kind of potentially a thing. And I don't think that'll last long right now with the refiners. This is pretty exciting right now. We've seen moves in the pressure $30 for how long? 20. It's been manipulated for 180 years. Go from 30 to 80 is a massive swing. That's a time to put. So a lot of people didn't get in back here. Most people just got into this at the 100 plus price. So, but if they just, like you said, held on to it for a long, it's not going to be a problem at all. I'm not telling you what to do because I do think, but you're going to have to wait this cycle out again. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. It's a long hold metal, not a Bitcoin get rich quick, you know, get rich quick, not a stock or, you know, that's not how this works. This is a safe haven asset that people have flocked to for thousands of years. When the systems fail, everybody flocks to this. You know what I'm saying? Asset. Whatever, a stable, you know, nope, they've got their stable coin now. They know what they're doing, brothers and sisters. All of this is going to be linked back to gold. It will. It will. Silver, wait till silver comes into play. You don't want silver to come into play. And I don't think they'll ever let go of silver like that. They need it. It is the lifeblood of the military-industrial complex. It is the lifeblood of the military-industrial complex, not oil. This is how do you think they make all these boats go through the Strait of Hormuz, through all these, you know, oceans, Mediterranean, Black Sea, what do you think it takes to make all those radar, tanks, switches, you know, and all the ones of the underground cities? Deep underground military, bases, bunkers, all take silver to operate. Yes, they do. Think about all the circuitry that it takes to run the underground cities. And all the data mining stations up there. Oh, what do you think those are? Hello, as is above, so is below. So anyways, moving on. Monetarily, what has been for thousands of years has always been something that was an asset, not some paper payment. So future tense, they will back as there's, oh, well, look, we've got all this gold in Fort Knox and it's backing the dollar by $42 an ounce is what is the gold that sitting in Fort Knox is priced at. They've done these before, like Zimbabwe, add zeros, lop off zeros. They've done it here in this country. Gold was $20 an ounce in 1933. They said surrender it. Remember, they turned around and repriced it at $35 to slap the public in the face and repriced it to $35. Added basically zeros to it, right? Oh, that's a lot more than zero. Yeah, they did. $20 to $35. Yeah. So they'll do this again. So will gold be $4,200? No, gold is already more than $4,200 an ounce. Probably more like $42,000 an ounce. Gold will be $42,000. I don't call fractional lending. The whole system set it. It's a system of credit. Like if everybody went to the bank and asked for their money, there was a bank run, it would be all over with. They're getting ready to eliminate that so that can't happen ever again. Now they can just turn you off whenever they want to. Well, it doesn't matter if you put your money in a creditor or a bank or a credit union, you're a creditor. Even in a credit union, you become a creditor, not FDIC. Well, you think the FDIC has enough to insure all the credit? No, that's not how it works. Fractional. There you go. You know what I'm saying, guys? They put this in television. So you should see what's coming. Look at Warren Buffett right now. Berkshire Hathaway, look at all the cash he's holding on. The system's going to collapse. No, it's not. Not yet. It's going to lock up, and these people are going to go buy up things pennies on the dollar like the Great Depression, just like they did back then. Just all these crashes, they do the same thing. They make money on the upside and the downside. So let's get back to what I'm talking about. If you're holding on to something that's an asset, like a house, I'm not telling you to sell your house, but if you have something that's like some shiny dirt and you could put an addition onto your house, or you always wanted that, I seriously have some serious questions on my own. Not listening to my son, I had bigger things. It's okay. It is what it is. Father doesn't make mistakes in my life. He's perfect. Even though it might come with a serious price, he will reward me at the end of my life. After this, if anybody took from me, he will get it back. He will get them back double, and I will be healed, and took from me, he will bring, and yes, he will. It's part of how this works. Anybody who caused you pain, he will heal. Anybody who screwed you over, he will straighten out. Anybody who was crooked, anybody who wronged you, he will right. That's the way it is. That's the way it works. So while you're here, though, you get to work with what he gives you. Remember, give that shekel to the rich man. So you got to use what you're given. I'm trying to give you this lesson. You sit there, remember, when he just put it buried it in the ground, even though he was the poorest and he didn't use what he was given, he said, give that shekel to the rich man. It's given back to the rich man. That's in Scripture, for Christ's sake. This cycle, economic debt cycle, that's why there used to be a Jubilee year. 7 times 70, turn your cheek, 7 times 70, debt forgiveness, the Jubilee. He's telling us about this, brothers and sisters. This is Old Testament. Do you know what a Shemitah cycle is? A 7-year cycle. I keep telling you, like the 7-year cycle of our ocean. The sun cycle, nothing new under the sun. The Shemitah cycle, 7 years of 70, debt forgiveness on the 50th year, the Jubilee year. They don't do that anymore, huh? It doesn't say that in the Lord's Prayer anymore. It says trespasses, not debtors, right? Forgive us our debts as we forgive us our debtors. It talks about economics in the Lord's Prayer. Yes, it does, but they took it out because they don't want you to know about forgiveness. Come out of her, my people. Remember? Be in it, but be not of it. Oh, he's telling you to buy some gold and silver. I didn't say that. He said have extra oil. Put up something for your children's children. You mean like gold and silver? No, I didn't say that. I said what the word said. You're supposed to be, remember? Those that don't work don't eat. Tithing, food. So now you can't eat a bar of gold. You sit next to a whole big old, 1,000-ounce Comex gold bar, and you got no oats or barley, or right? You're going to be, careful where you put up your store. Careful where you put up your treasure. You need to, remember, moderate in all things, right? Prepare for all things. Don't make any plans. Father will crush them down like bowling balls with a wrecking ball, like a stoning. He will stone you. You will. I'm telling you, he's like that with me. He wrecks all my plans. He does. He said, don't plan anything anymore ever again. And I will never plan anything out ever again. I just prepare both ways. That way I don't get it set in my head. It's like an equilibrium. It keeps me from getting, too one-sided. Prepare for this, the worst. Prepare for the best. Better to have and not need than need not have. Standing around and doing nothing, preparing to fail is preparing to, failing to prepare is preparing to fail. So these are cycles too, brother, sister. See, they know this. So in Scripture, it's talking to us about these cycles through the word. Hopefully you're being edified by this. But when he says, come out of her, buy some chickens with that gain in your whatever it is. I don't care if it's a Bitcoin. I probably should have listened to my son. He told me to buy 10 coins at $300 a coin. They went to $114,000 a coin. I could have helped the ministry out enough, but I'm glad they didn't make my money off of that, because I want this ministry to be built off of honest God's money. So that's the way it's working. That's why I'm so adamant about kind of doing it the way that I've done it in past. Remember, I literally had my silver taken from me. I didn't have any gold back then. I didn't. But I was trying to save up enough to purchase the land here for the ministry. Like the Louisiana Purchase, you can go talk to him. Father is my witness. He knows. He knows. You can just say, oh, this guy on YouTube, look what he's talking about. Whatever. Father knows what I've done out here. And that's why I was so, I didn't want to do it. Now, I might have taken the silver and traded it for cash to pay the guy off, but it would have been done under the guise of silver. God's money, gold and silver. So that's why no matter how much this hurts and it stings me, I don't like talking about it. Like I said, precious metals probably and potentially, and I don't know, who am I to say, could have got my son killed and my daughter. That maybe that's why he's mad at me, because I didn't spend the precious metals and Marshall got it and he didn't get it. I don't think he wanted it. He told me to get rid of it. So it didn't get taken, and it did, because I told somebody where it was at so they could get him out of jail. So that was a different time that I had metals. So that's what I'm saying. I'm not giving you any economic advice. I personally didn't listen to my son about Bitcoin. I didn't listen to him to take at the time when I showed him, hey, I got some gold. He's like, what do you have gold for, Dad? We're silver bugs. And sell it. He told me, go buy the double cab, Dad. I wouldn't have felonies right now if I would have listened to him. And I was thinking about that today. What a weak, whatever they've done to me. It is what it is. Father did it, not them. Father did it. But, the whole thing, for using my voice. Oh, son, don't stop the car. His wife did the same thing. I said, don't stop. She said, no, go. Same thing. Used my voice. First Amendment right. So it is what it is. Father don't make mistakes, but look at where I'm at. Everything backfired in my face. Nothing turned out like I wanted. It was all a waste of every bit of precious metals. Like nearly 100 pounds of precious metals of silver in this whole deal in the last 5 years has been gone. Other people have made their dime off of my sweat labor, stored up my value. My hard work has been stored and been taken. And now, remember, to try to pay this ministry off, and multiple people have been able to gain off of my hard years of labor. It's my bad for telling people where it's at. So don't tell anybody where your precious metals are at, and in order, are you going to be a good slave and turn in your precious metals? Like in 1933 and 34, because they made an executive order. So, here we go again. I want to bring this full circle. Never sell all your precious metals, and I'm not giving you economic advice. If you got in at a low rate right now, I want to bring this full circle. Will these local coin shops or coin dealers, online coin dealers buy, and did they ever buy over $100 for silver? I don't think any of them did. Although at the cost of a Buffalo round, a Liberty, a Libertad, whatever, a Cougaran, it got over $100. It was even higher to buy the physical metal. Like, you want to get into the oil industry and you want barrels and you want oil and you want a way to store them, and storage is going to cost you to hold the physical. To buy a piece of paper contract, of course, it's going to be cheaper. You got to be a complete ding dong to even talk about anything or invest in anything if you don't know what I just said. Most people don't. So most people have no idea when it comes to investments on how any of this works. They're lost. It's okay. They see the price of it go up. There's a mania, a FOMO, fear of missing out. Everybody gets in on it. I don't even think we saw that this last time. This last time when the run up to silver wasn't from the coin dealers and the coin shops, although there was some. It's just a teeny tiny market. That's what I'm trying to explain to you people who, if anybody, and I'm not giving any economic advice, bought in back in when silver was 12 and 13 and 15 and 18 and 30 and 40, under $50 on this channel, I smashed and just crushed you guys with, this is fire sale prices. It's been this price before. Now the market is, look, it's half of its all-time high. Now it's under again. And I'm not telling you any economic advice, but at this point in time, the high of it has been $120. It's sat back around 90. It's not even at its all-time high again. It truly is, has a lot to desire for people who understand ratio and spread and, between these two metals. That even though gold has continued to march up like it is, silver has followed it. It's little brother. It actually has higher highs. It makes more money, but it loses more money. It thrashes around. It's more volatile. Most people cannot hang in the silver market. It's not for most people. 99% of the people should shy away from silver, even though it's the one they can get access to, because they don't understand the markets, how they work. So, like right now, 80% of the market is made up by industry. Plus, it's not the average coin shop, coin dealer, pawn shop, Indian necklace, jewelry, wearing their wealth. It's not. It's Tesla. It's Magnavox, Samsung, Starlink. Yeah, Palantir, BlackRock, all these big companies, corporations that need it. War Machine, the U.S. military industrial complex that Eisenhower, War Machine, welcome to machine that Roger Waters was warning you about. The one that spends more silver and destroys it, blows it up, throws it on top. How much silver has been destroyed the last couple days? Do you know how much that it takes to take that Patriot missile, 500 ounces, and blow it up on somebody's head, and it's all gone. All the silver's gone. Yeah, a cruise missile, a whole monster box, and a smart missile. SAM, surface-to-air missile, their THAAD, their Patriot, all these land-to-air weapons, and to get it to the... That's what I'm saying. Nobody talked about it. I talked about that with their 12-day war last time. Think about with their Iron Dome, how much silver was blown up, obliterated. They're doing it again, brothers and sisters. They're blowing up all the silver again. It's funny. It is hilarious. It's like a clown show to me. Most people are lost. They don't see it happening. This is a great way to get rid of a bunch of silver, isn't it? War is profitable, brothers and sisters. It is. The War Machine makes these Palantir, BlackRock, Boeing, Lockheed Martin, Starlink, NASA, all of them. DARPA, all these programs make a grip load of money when we go to war. So war doesn't decide who's right, it decides who's left. So we have any change left once this whole cycle rides out? So think about where you put your treasure. Because right now we are at war. And this war metal, they made copper a strategic metal. Pulled, the minting of the penny and stopped minting it. And pretty much in circulations are the only ones that are left. They're going to become an oddity, a rarity. They will. Look at the price right now. Go in right now and tell me what is the price of it for a copper round at, I haven't looked in forever. What is it for a copper round from JM Bullion? Probably going to be cheaper at Golden State Mint. What is it to buy less than 20 rounds? If you bought between 1 and 20 rounds, what does it cost right now to buy 20 copper 1 ounce rounds from just one round? With the print, if you buy one, you got to look at the credit card price. Credit card price to buy 1 to 19. That's how it works. The cutoff 1 to 19, 20 to 100, 100 to 500. That's how it works. You never bought the precious metals. They give you a price break for buying $200 or more from most coin shops, or most online coin dealers. Be careful who you buy from. A lot of fakes out there right now. When silver went up to $120, China started pumping out fakes like there's no tomorrow. They're not the only ones, but they did. They pumped out over there too. Their own banks sold their people fake silver years ago. A lot of these people were cutting into their bars over there in China, finding out that like I said, they're not paying attention. If you're not subscribing to the channel China Observer, please subscribe to that channel. That's a great channel. Discern everything that comes off that channel, but probably one of the best channels that there are. China Uncensored too. Who is that gentleman? I don't have that on this channel, but I have it on the other. I should bring it up. He's got America Uncensored and China Uncensored. Those two channels will give you, the China Uncensored and then China Observer. go subscribe. You'll see the things that they're not showing you in this, over here. We don't get, just like in China, you can't have certain internet. You can't, you don't see a lot of things. If you stay within this, algorithm, and you don't look outside this country, you don't see what's going on. Most of the time, the Americans don't realize what's going on over in China. They have no idea what's going on in those markets, anything. Most people are, you just get propagandized, China bad, Russia bad, Iran bad. Look at the people right now. They're falling for it, Oh, somebody's got more melanin in their skin. Bad. Well, they're pulling everybody out of this country. They let everybody come here for decades after decade after decade. They designed the country under immigration. Now they're kicking a nation of immigrants, kicking out all the immigrants. What an abomination country I live in. Truly is. So take a look at what's going on right now. If you look at how the markets are, aligning, all these central banks are aligning into gold, buying gold. The Basel III agreement made gold a tier 1 asset, meaning not just the treasury, the safest, remember, bond treasury, the safe haven asset of the whole world. Everybody buys them. Not anymore. Remember? The demand for the bond is decreasing. Look at the inversion. Look at the, the whole yield inversion. All this, the 10-year, worth less than the 2-year. That's not the way it's supposed to work. When you hold on to something more longer, you're supposed to get paid more. These people are paying attention to none of this. And it's all cyclical. Like I said, it's not like any of this is like, oh, I got to guess here. There's no guessing. Most of this stuff could be easily tracked. That's what these markets are based off, paper contracts. The whole system is based off this right now. A belief system, a trust system. Like I said, if everybody went to the bank and asked for their money back, how many people would actually think you get their money? So that's what they're doing. They're going to convert this system over and attach it to gold and make it a stable, like stable coin, 1-to-1 to the dollar. They already did it. That's what the Genius Act passed. That's what Warp Speed passed. It's already put into act. And I'm not saying people are distracted by the EpiPen files and the war over there in Iran, and this is already put into the legislation. They're going to create demand for this $40 trillion of debt that we have incurred that nobody wants anymore. So they're going to create a demand through the tokenization, through the stable coin. I don't buy this stuff, the crypto, but I see where they're going with it. Blockchain technology, whether you like it or not, it's here already. It's here already. So if you think there's money in Fort Knox, then you're going to think that this thing is backed by gold like they did with their Tether coin, where they literally backed it by gold. But we'll see. Until they put this back into the money, like 64, pre-64, like a $50 gold piece. I don't trust none of these banksters. Give a man a gun and he'll rob a bank, and give a man a bank and he'll rob the whole world. That's how this works. That's what you're looking at right now. It is. They're fleecing the public. All of them. It's not just this country. Central banks are not centralized as far as like some kind of government. They're not government. They're a central bank. They're privatized. Literally. Banksters. Remember? Banksters. Give a man a gun, he'll rob a bank. Give a man a bank, he'll rob the world. Banksters is what they are. J.P. Chase, he's the one who bailed our country out back, when it collapsed in the 1700s. Led us right into the crash in the 18, right? Oh, yeah, right into the crash in 1929. All of them are programmed. They pre-plan these things. I told you, in this modern day age, they make money on both sides of the market. Yeah, $6. And then, like I was saying, Jones, I sent Sabrina to see how much 1 ounce of copper cost. I got a copper around here. Let's see. And what I'm trying to do is, I'm not trying to give anybody any kind of economic advice. Okay, here. None of this is economic advice. We're just shooting the breeze here, okay? Some dude on YouTube, who loves the word and not the world. Sorry, I apologize. I gotta open my door. It's getting hot. I got this thing hotter than a fox in heat in here. So, copper round right now. Copper hit something like $1,300 a ton. Like you said, $6 a pound. Do the math. What does it cost for one of these? This is a cool piece. I got this from the Golden State Mint. This is their bull bear round. Two sides of a market. Hold on, let me pull that back here. Let's get this the right way. We'll start with the bull. So here's the bull. Man, I drank a coffee. I didn't drink coffee ever. I just did. I made a little coffee. I was like, man, I want some warm coffee. I was gonna make it cold. See, this is their bull. A bull market is when the market is going up. A bear market is when it's going down. And here at the ministry, I tried to get everybody here before they made I knew this was happening. I already tried to tell everybody to save their pennies. All your change is 70%, 75% copper, base with the nickel and copper's 91% copper. Your quarter, just a regular modern day quarter is copper. It really is. Turn it on its side. You'll see it's mainly copper. So all the coinage is copper right now. Like a copper top battery. That's why people go to work, right? Or maybe that's like the Energizer Bunny. It just keeps going. I know they just keep going to work. So this is the bear bull cycle. And I think that the price of these was $2.07 a round. And let's see what they are right now. That was when you bought 500, not when you bought 20. That was the cheapest price. You had to buy 500. Okay, but Sabrina, what I need, if you could, and you don't have to if you don't want to, what is an ounce of silver, or excuse me, what is a copper round? I don't care what the flat rate, and I do care. Not that I don't care. That is the what is known, scrapping and bullion are two different things. I'm saying there has become a bullion market on this metal. Scrap is different. Okay. And I recommend getting as much scrap as you can, melt it down and refine this and turn it into an actual ignet, or a little coin or something, little dollop or a little, yeah, what I'm telling you though is, Sabrina, is if you'll go into like JM Bullion and go look up copper, look up 1 ounce round, or you could go to, yeah, if you can look for me, Joe, just so we can get, you don't have to, guys, you don't have to do all the legwork. I just can't get over, you know what I'm saying? And then it's going to be higher in Canadian prices. The reason why I was just trying to say, sometimes I get ahead of things because I like cycles, and I'm not telling you to take any advice I have and do it. But we were trying to get people to come in here when these were 207, and I knew that this was coming because they made copper a strategic metal. And I knew there was all these data mining stations, Bitcoin stations, all take copper to run these things. All the circuitry comes in using copper. There's a massive demand for the data mining stations alone. Is going to take an unfathomable amount of copper. It will. Why do you think they quit minting it? They needed to shift that over to these data mining stations. Okay. So this is not the price. These are way overpriced right now. But I want to kind of show you how these things are going to come full circle. Because this is almost when people thought that, a silver round was 13, 14, 15 bucks for a silver round. Well, it's probably almost time to feed my birds, guys. Oh, it is. Look at the ladies are like, feed me, Dad. Feed me. So we'll check this and maybe we'll get up and go outside and feed the birds. Or probably not, because I got to come in with, I got to get eggs. So we got 5 eggs yesterday. So how many we're going to get today? Probably an off day. They go, remember? Anybody wants to take a guess? A stab at it. So copper, obviously huge demand in the future. AI, data mining stations, circuitry, it's not like silver is the most reflective, most conductive metal on this rock. Bang for bang, that's why it's used in circuitry. You know what I'm saying? 3 nuggets today, probably, maybe, I don't know. Like I said, they're big going. It's getting warmer. It's getting more daylight. So hopefully, kind of getting flooded with eggs. I've been eating eggs like crazy. It's okay. I'm going to work at this. I'm going to get this freaking property on the grid. I bought some jars the other day at the yard sale, so I could probably get about 30 or 40 eggs in the jar. So if I get 2 backed up, I'll just water glass them again. I'm going to probably take all these other eggs that I made and feed them back to the chickens. What you do, my little buddy? I'm just hanging out with my dad right here. You guys don't even know that I'm here with my dad. I'm just sitting here with my dad. With my dad. He's the one that I love. He's the one I love. Woo, my puppy boy. Yeah, let me get up here for a second. You guys check on that. Again, I think Golden State Mint is beating out the pants. Does Atmex have any copper? The last time I looked, Atmex didn't have copper. 5 on Money Metals Exchange. Okay, so JM has copper right now, I think, and then you don't get it for months, guys. Seriously, if you look, you're buying it on a pre-sale. So something's already going on in this market. I really wish people would pay attention, and that's fine. If you don't take anything I say as like economic advice and move any money, please listen. Sometimes I get ahead of all these things. I was trying to get people to buy these, not trying to get anybody to buy anything. That I take back. I wasn't. I was bringing people to the understanding of the price of these were $207 when you bought 500 or more, and the shipping was free. So if you go to Golden State Mint right now for me, okay, or JM Bullion, I'd like to know what it is out the door. You know what I'm saying? They're all out of stock. That all happened overnight, Jones. Were you paying attention to this market? I was talking to people out here. I was talking to this channel going, go buy big hunks of it, guys. I don't care if the price is overpriced. I'm not telling you, but just look at what's coming. Go buy the door stops. Go buy those big chunks and then make them into smaller ignits. This channel did that before they ever happened, and before the market ever was shut down. You could go out and buy big bars, kilo bars and stuff. Everything was available across the spectrum. Atmex had it, JM had it, Monument Metals had it, SD had it, Gold State Mint had it. It was on Amazon. You could buy copper everywhere, and it was cheap. Remember, it wasn't even $3 or $4 a pound or something like that. And then overnight, I really wish people would pay attention to this, Jones, because on this channel, I told people, look, guys, I'm not giving you any economic advice, but even if it's overpriced right now, you could probably go get it, smelt it down, refine it, and put it into little ignits, little rounds or something. Put your little, logo. You can get your own little logo you can stamp. It'd be fun to refine. It'll be in the future going to need to be, this processors are going to be needed. People who can smelt down. And I don't mean to be like the money changers, but you're going to be in high demand. If you already have this stuff broken down like fractional, we know to pay for a smaller is going to cost you more money. I don't mean to go there, but if you go buy some herb off the market or something out with recreational and you buy a little gram, it's going to cost you a lot more than buying a zipper, right? Buying a big bag of it, it's going to be, you buy 3 H3 yellow Hummers from the Chevy GM dealer, they're going to give you a better deal. Okay? So, but if you broke it down, you'd probably be just fine because you were holding it for later and you'd learn the process. I was telling everybody that, Jones, on this channel. I know it's overpriced, but I don't want to give you bad advice. It'd just be cool to have the process, know how to do it. In the future, there's going to be a high demand for people like you. The robots are not going to take this job. Some jobs the robots are going to take. I don't think a schmelter people can take do this type of labor are going to be in high demand. And I'm not saying that a robot couldn't do this job, but not in the capacity to bring in all these scraps and to do what I'm talking about. Now, they could eventually be taught to do this, but as of right now, their demand is going to be high for people who understand how to weigh this metal, how to determine what's real, testing, have the testers, how to test copper, how to test silver, how to test gold, whether it's chemical testing or there's more than, and know this trade. And just do it as a hobby is what I said. For now, I'm not giving you economic advice. I said be a cool skill set to learn. And then maybe in the future, you'll be so in demand, you'll be like, man, this is the job that you want to have. When all the other jobs are taken by AI. Careful, you be like the money changer, feeing and fining, that's, it's a fine line. But my point that I was making, before any of this ever happened, brothers and sisters, I was telling people to go buy door stops. I wasn't telling them to buy it. I was saying, again, I don't want to say because that's bad. I say, look, you could take this, you could smelt it down into a bunch of half ounce, 1 ounce copper rounds and put your own logo on it. And so if anybody right now could see, that's probably not a bad thing right now with the market, because there is no market anymore at the prices anymore at $2 an ounce. I think the last time I looked, since I can't get the answer, and that's okay, guys, at Golden State Mint was $7.72 when you bought 500 of these. 500 of these, and that's more expensive on JM. JM, I think they're like $9 or $10 on a credit card because you got a cost average. So this is almost reaching the prices of what silver was at one time when somebody said, oh, silver's not worth nothing. Now this has almost took its place, brothers and sisters, on the open market. I'm not talking scrap. I'm talking about the coin collector market, bullion. And this is GVM. This is weighted a little different. This is 31.3 or 31 grams, not the 28, right? This isn't Troy. So you got to start learning this now. You need to learn the vernacular. This isn't weighted. Like, this is almost a precious metal. Will win when they re-weight metal. Be here for the day. I don't know if it's been said, but I'm just sharing it. Jones seems like he has a ear to hear. When are they going to change this to GVM to talent because it's become precious? Oh, silver's not precious. They did. They throw it away in their iPhones and their appliances and their computers. They scrap the gold out of it. They throw the silver. There's a whole bunch of silver in the dumps, brothers and sisters. Yes, there is. So when silver was $12 an ounce, they throw this away. Yeah, 7 something on when buying 500. Do you know how much it is to buy 1 to 19? Because that was kind of my question, Jones, was at first. Because the average public's not going to buy 500. They're not. They're, oh, look, honey, that's cool. And, whatever. Maybe they will, and that's fine. I think it was like $8 when I looked. So about $8. And again, that's why I think it's about $10 on JM. And then you got to wait for months and months. It took me forever to get these from Golden State Mint. I'm not going to lie to you. It took me nearly a month to get these from Golden State Mint. Now it took me that long. $13.99. Crazy, huh? Out the door, that must have been JM Bullion. The only other distributor I've seen on the market that has any copper rounds, actually, that you could purchase and then you got to wait for. Golden State Mint doesn't say you got to wait. Maybe they do now because I haven't gone there, but I know they have their header for demand, but this market is changing ever quickly. So I think you could still get ahead of this, brother, sister, so to speak. Well, kind of, sort of. I do think that not in the case of buying it anymore. I think that's out of the hands of the commoner man, Yep, $8.31. So $8, guys. That got higher than that. When silver was up to 121, these were 10 to 12. Golden State Mints pulled their prices back down. JM hasn't. Look at the price of it on JM Bullion right now. Look how much is it for this. You can't get this copper round, but you can get like a buffalo. It don't matter what's on it, but I just kind of like this design. So this is one that I got. It's got the measurement on there, 999 pure. See all that? That's all the weight measurements on there. Which you got to have, right? You want that's hard to read. Oh, that says Golden State Mint. The 999 pure is over here. But again, if you look at JM Bullion, guys, it's even more. I think you're like Sabrina said, something like 12 or 11 or 12, $13.99, through JM. A lot of people don't know about Golden State Mint, brothers and sisters. I know that most people do now. They're getting more notoriety, and they're out of Florida. They've been in, business for, they're reliable. But yeah, look at that, $13.99. And I don't even think those are Canadian dollars. They may be. Canadian's more expensive. The Canadian, they get hosed up there. Their money's worth less, not more, less. It is, even though it costs more, so their money's worth less. It is. It's more expensive to live in Canada than most people even understand. Look at that lady from the U.S. who went to Canada bitching online that it was too expensive. Oh, you're going to run from America to Canada. That's real smart, you know? Well, cost of living. Never looked at the cost of living before you went up there? She was from like California or something, you know? So isn't that incredible? The cost of it right now. So $13.99, guys, through like JM. And then you got to wait to get that metal, if I'm not mistaken. That's the price of silver. That's the price of silver when I first got into this market. See what I'm saying? This has almost become a precious metal, brothers and sisters. And nobody's even talking about this. The demand for copper is massive. Electric cars take copper. I forget how many pounds of copper that are in an electric car as opposed to, a smart car or whatever, these dual, dual fuel and then electric. And, they all take more and more and more copper and more silver as they have more circuitry and more wiring and more OnStar, more swipe and all, So right now, I think you could get in front of this market on the copper market, but you'd have to do it more in a scrapper type of sense, not buying it, because see, that's gone. Well, I still think it would work out, but I think there is a better way to do it. And I'm not giving any advice. I'm just trying to show you that the common man is not going to be able to afford silver anymore. Copper will become the new silver. Just like gold and silver, well, food and water is the new silver and gold soon, because you can't eat copper and you can't eat gold and you can't eat silver and you can't eat Band-Aids and you can't eat bullets. But you can eat beans and rice. When you're laying next to a 500-ounce gold bar, you're going to care about gold bars when you have no food. So be careful about this. Remember, I'm not trying to give any economic advice here. So I'm going to get up, guys, feed my ladies out here, go give them some feed here, and I'll be back with you guys in a moment. We'll continue on the conversation, and we'll have some more. There we go. So, Jones, you see what I'm saying? You're kind of relating to what I'm saying here, Jones. If you're seeing this, then some of us are kind of, you can see out further. You got to be able to distinguish the forest from the trees. You know what I'm saying? People are going to get too close or too far away, and they're not going to be able to have that. You seem to have that, that's how these markets work. You can't get all emotional about the markets. If you're playing on the emotions, that's the modern day, buy that's when the FOMO, when everybody knows about it and is talking about it. What did that one, what was it? The JP Chase guy said, when you're getting when you're getting a stock pick from the shoe shine boy, when the shoe shine boy is talking about it, right, Jones? When you're there at the New York Stock Exchange and the shoe shine boy is talking about the stock pick, you should already be out of that pick, right? You know what I'm saying? I love that. That's such an epic line in history, because the general public knows about it now. The elite already moved on to the next asset that nobody wants. They're buying it at the ankles. They're buying it at the knees and selling it at the hips and selling it at the shoulders. You're trying to pick the head at the top of the market. That's when the general public gets in, the FOMO. Remember, 80 to 90% of the gains are made in the last 10 to 20% of the market. They're already out by then. They are. It's a roulette game. It's like playing crap. You're spinning you already should have been out cakewalk. They keep pulling chairs. And you keep going round and round and round and round and don't realize that you're going to be left holding the bag. So what an amazing time to be here, to be ahead of this, guys. This opportunity is flying. It's abundant right now. Be careful. That's why Warren Buffett is sitting so heavy in cash right now, getting ready to, when this market locks up, he's going to go in and buy up all this real estate and all of it. Pennies on the dollar. They do it every time. And they make money on the downside too, with the derivative market. That's insane. All right, I'll be back. Hold on. What an amazing time to be a witness, man. Seriously. You'll reap what you sow, brothers and sisters. You will reap what you sow. So I'll be All right, give me a second. I get a bird here. She's in the back. It's my white one. I don't know why she's not going up to the front, but she laid an egg today. She thought she was the first one to stop laying last year. So I don't know if she's a little wet. So I'm going to try to scooch her back over towards the chicken pen. I'm sure she'll go in there for the end of the night, but I don't know. Maybe she's a little off. She laid her first. It's the only other one I only have one that lays a colored egg. All the other ones lay brown eggs. They're red sex link and cinnamon queen. So they all lay some kind of, well, pink and light pink and brown. But we got our first blue egg. 3 eggs. So I'll be back in 1 second. Give me uno momento. All right. So here we go. We got our first, because that's blue. I know it's just a powder blue. You can kind of see it. She'll I don't know if she'll get any. She has a real light blue colored, but we got her first blue egg. She lays that real long. So you can see we got a couple different color shades of brown. And we got our first blue egg. She lays that real long torpedo egg. She's gonna lay some big eggs this year. This is my little white girl with the little red breast. She got the red breastises. She was squawking today. She was being super loud. She's a super loud bird. When I don't have a rooster, she reminds me of a rooster. She really does. She's a take charge kind of girl. So, woohoo, we got our first blue egg. And remember, she laid more eggs than anybody else last year. She did. She laid more eggs consistently than the birds that are normally known. The red sex links are a heavy layer. And she outlaid the red sex links. Remember, there were a lot of blue eggs. We got a lot of, so just one single bird. So I'm going to probably get one more this year. I really don't need any birds right now, but I'd like to get an Easter egger and get a green egg. It's kind of like a light green. It is. See, it's like a light greenish blue. It is kind of like a teal. So you can start to see the color. This one's light, but she lays light. It's like she lays one day they're lighter, and the next day it's a little darker. Her tinter is not very tinted, so it's okay. I love that chicken. She's she has no comb, so she's really that's kind of tolerant. That's good. I actually found out that's that means they won't get frostbite on their comb. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's her first one. So but you can see it's kind of showing up. Look at this egg here. See how some of their color is coming in? You know what I'm saying? That one's all one. So, all right. Thank you, Father. Woohoo! I knew she was being loud, being super squawky. So. Yeah, I can tell when she starts laying, man, we're going to need to get the water glass. And I'm glad I bought a couple big pickle jars. I bought a Vlasic and another one that was some other jar. I need to start collecting those as I can find them for the wide mouth. It's just easier to get the eggs in there and get your hand in there. That way you won't break them. And normally I did it because I did it in the little small jars. But it's okay. I'll have to pour them out. And then it'd be a little bit smell. I already opened, eggs don't smell good when they get, but feed them back to the chickens. I'll scramble them all and feed them right back to the chickens. They'll get their eggs from last year and they need the protein, and I'll literally break the shells and eggs all in one. Scramble them with the shells in there and everything, you know what I'm saying? And feed them right back to the chickens. And they need that, the protein. They'll get the eggs. They'll get the shells, and they love them. And they won't eat their eggs. If you feed them their own eggs, they won't. A chicken can be an egg eater. There's not, but that's kind of like some dogs aren't meant to be pets, because they're not eager to please animals, So there are some bad apples in every bunch. So some of it can be curbed. Again, I'm not some chicken master, or some, chicken whatever. But there is ways to curb that if it does happen. Sometimes, like when a dog bites somebody, they're going to have a taste for blood. Sometimes when a bird eats its own egg, it's hard to get them to stop doing it. So it's hard to get them to stop doing it if they start doing it. A lot of it is, if you just feed them enough most of the time, that's really showing. And this is not the end all be all, because it can happen without, but if you're feeding your animals enough, they have enough protein, nutrition, they have enough calcium, they have birds, these birds have a certain diet that they need, just scratch isn't, enough for them. And if they don't free range, and, there's a reason why these birds, like anything, it's going to it's like in the wild, it's going to eat its child if it knows it's going to cause the herd, the flock to die. It will eat its own weakest link, kind of, what I'm saying, type of thing, using that same scenario, it's like farmers say with the cow. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Exactly. You'll end up, look at that. You're going to go into freezer timeout. Freezer camp. Remember Sabrina? Freezer camp. You put them in freezer camp. They got to go to freezer camp. It happens. So, with that one farmer, he talks about that guy. You guys subscribe to the guy on Facebook who yells a lot? This disgruntled farmer or something. I love his blogs. I can't watch them all because they're all kind of similar now, but I do. He's on point. You know who I'm talking about? The disgruntled farmer. He's a younger guy, probably in his, he's probably in his 40s. Maybe late 30s or 40s. He talks about his Angus. They get inside of the water container all the time, and he tells him he's going to put him in freezer camp. You guys watch that guy? I don't watch a whole lot of stupid stuff, guys. I mean, I can't. My brain only has so much capacity to fire for. But he's a farmer. I appreciate what he's doing with his channel, and he's a hardworking dude. He's self-made. He's one of these people who teaches you that most farmers don't have an instruction book. They do it. They figure it out. Two heads are better than one. Sometimes they call on somebody to, Well, that's he might be on YouTube. Sometimes I introduce something, gets introduced to my algorithm through Facebook, and then I find him on YouTube. Kind of strange, but the Unhinged Farmer. I think that is what he's named. You guys know who I'm talking about? The Unhinged Farmer. He's got a really good whiny, kind of raspy, voice, and it just, if you haven't, go look that up and go watch a video if you haven't seen the Unhinged Farmer real quick. He does shorts, 30-second, 3-minute, whatever. He doesn't do long videos, but go check him out. He's the first one I've ever heard say freezer camp. I think it's funny. I mean, I grew up selling meat, sold frozen, but I just think that was funny. I'll put you in freezer camp. It's crazy how that works, Sabrina. You know what I'm saying? It's the algorithm as a dancer. They tap you right into the, all your X's and, well, whatever genre or social media, media. We are the media. So does anybody watch the Unhinged Farmer? If not, go watch him right now. Go watch his short. He's a good one. Go watch him. And then the one that shows up that I kind of like him too. And I don't personally, like I said, I mean, I watch things that I don't like is the dude who makes the stoves. He wears the bomber sunglasses, the Tom Cruise, whatever, the pilot, almost like a set of Ray-Bans, old school, kind of a mirror. He wears that. And he makes those stoves. He got a pretty good perspective, like I said, I don't know where this stuff shows up on my feed. Sometimes it is through Facebook, because the only time I got Facebook because I needed to communicate with my son. It was the only way I could communicate with him. I wouldn't have never had Facebook. I wanted to be the last person to have it, but it is what it is. And I don't really post on Facebook anymore. I haven't. I mean, I a little bit updated my picture the other, whatever, just put a picture of me on Facebook with my puppy just to, in my background photo or whatever. My Facebook picture is my son. It's a picture of my son, Elijah. But anyways, moving on. That's how sometimes I get introduced to these things. It's in that screen. I'm guilty. I scroll, but I'm not trying to feed their system as much as possible. It's hard on Facebook. It is. If you hover over something over Facebook, you pause over it for a second, it'll spam you. So Facebook sucks. It does like that, but I didn't do it for that. I normally don't use Facebook for the media social. I use it for the marketplace. So, so I use it for the marketplace is what I've, that's what been 98% of my dealings in the last, is not posting on social media. It's using social media to use the marketplace to make a living. So man's got to make a living, got to sell. So I actually make more sales on that platform, even though it's gone to crap, than I do all the other, online platforms that I post through, to buy and sell and trade. So it is what it is. I was hoping one day to never use the interweb ever again. Well, not to buy or sell. I just, I could still do the ministry online, but I didn't want to. Father beats the snot out of me online. People have done some pretty cruel things to me and been put in some stupid situations and whatever, but it is what it is. Life's not Burger King. It comes with the territory. You have the ability to make your living through your home online and not have to go fight and punch the clock. It's going to come with a price. So, but I understand you must be as esteemed as the potter's clay, turn their works upside down. And I know that that's what they can say about this interweb, that Father helped me to do it. I didn't do it on my own. He lifted me, carried me every day. But, to turn this beast system on its head. Use the system. Keep one foot in the system, put one foot out of the system. So I didn't like it at all. It actually, when I first came out, I tried to pull any name, was pretty much disappeared. I've had myself scrubbed from the interweb as best I could. And then I went all out, started Truth Viral Television. Well, no, America Ever After, and said, the heck with that. I'm not going to sit there with a mask on my face and try to be silent. I want to turn this beast on its head. The scripture brought me to do it, not me. Father made me do it. So you can thank Father for America Ever After. Here we are. This is it. This is the time. This is what I spoke of, America Ever After. This is the America Ever After. It is. Oh, they'll raise another flag one day and give it another name, but this America Ever After is here. This is the time I spoke of. not me, through the scripture, through the understanding, through my studies, through Father making me do this instead of chasing tail, fame, fortune, chase time. So, so there you go. So if you're going to do it and use it for the proper purpose. So I used it to be a single dad and made a living so I could be with my son and throw him the football 500 times, 1,000 times a day and homeschool him. And then when he was in school, I could go to his PTA, parent teacher conference, football practice, every game, all be a part of his life and not be punching some clock away from going, man, I wish I was with my family right now, because I wasn't afraid to, be self-employed. Oh my God, you're not going to get a paycheck. Oh my God, you're not. How are you going to make it? I'll do it. I'll use this beast system, turn it on its head. I'll post 500 things on the internet like I used to when I lived in town. I could game the system when I was in town, but now I live out in the middle of nowhere. A little harder to do way out here, but I still get her done. So hopefully soon I won't have to do that very much longer, and I'll make my living by, if I do, it'll be things that I won't even probably, like I said, I mean, nothing's perfect, but maybe I'll post a tiny home once every month or two, make my 6, 8, 10 grand off of it and live comfortably as I have cabin rentals out here. And I have, I'm not going to ever stop working. That's once in motion stays in motion. I'm sore when I sit there and don't do nothing. So Father's the only thing that protects me when I do the ministry. Honestly, sitting down is a hard, thing for me to do for extended periods of time. That's why sometimes I move around a little bit and have to adjust a little bit, take that pressure off my lower back, but it's worth it. Like I said, Father will reward me, you'll know them by their fruit. So what are you laboring in? He said, have your loins girded in my service. So this is what he makes me do. Come out of her, my people. It's a better way than being taxed on every dollar that you put into the system. 40+% of your dollar is tax. You're just giving up, aren't you? Tax cattle. Speaking of cows, bulls, bell, bar. No, I need to do something where I'm not laboring anymore. And, and then even online, even if I'm telling you, I labor sometimes I've had jobs again that, multiple job, construction, building that, we're done a lot of physical labor jobs in my day. And sometimes using your brain, your brain skull cells, it will wear you out a lot more than doing physical labor. So people wear you out. Go out and try to sell something, have, 100 people tell you no, to have one person tell you yes. That could be tough. Well, that's whatever. Someday you're the bat, someday you're the ball. So I don't care how it gets done. As long as I sell the whole pizza, I don't care if I sell it in one whole, half, slice it in 4, 16 slices, as long as you get the whole pizza pie sold for the end of the day. I don't care how it comes off the truck. I just got to give half this truck away for free. Hold on, I'll back the truck up. Go get your checkbook. So. Yeah, but hey, that's okay, Sabrina. They don't know anything. It's a merchant number and it's a bond and it's a treasury. And, this is part of the labor. Sabrina, you can't say no. It's a treasury, a bond. They sell the labor. You go to work. You fill out a W-2. And they take out what? Cattle, tax cattle. They tax you. Makes me sick. Remember, state, federal, gross, net, makes me sick. Then you get taxed on that. State and federal gets taxed on the car insurance, cell phone tax, trash tax, all of it. All 40% of your wages are taxed cattle. And where do you think they issue you by birth certificate your labor in your days while you're here ahead of time? Okay, buy our debt. The debt is of the slave labor of the corporate slave, debt slave, the merchant slave. They're bonded by birth. They sold out. They're a child. They don't want to talk about it, and they just like they're psychobabble. Well, what are like a child just babbling? It's talking when they first start learning to talk. They don't, so they take it from them, and then they merchandise them. That's why it's a merchant number. It's a trust. So I know how this works. Like I said, so Sabrina, you're not going to convince anybody of this. You don't need to go into the details like that. It's called a W-2. They get taxed, and they sell that tax to all the other countries. It's called a bond. It was the number one trusted, on this rock. Tier 1 asset. Tier 1 asset. The only one recognized in the whole wide world. Well, until 2023, the Basel III agreement, which made gold a Tier 1 asset, and then the central banks, inception of the central banks, remember Jekyll Island, the whole Federal Reserve Act, 1913, 2023, the central banks bought up more gold than they did in the history, the inception of the central banks. Yeah, gold. Imagine that. Then they bought more in 2024 and now 5, and now they're on record pace to buy more than they did last year. So, and so yeah, gave them the stink eye. So people are going to want to hear this. They don't. This all, remember this act of remember what I'm telling you right now. The act of 1871 made this a corporation. This goes back prior to that. But this is when these 13, remember, original colonies, national, state, national, the 13, Continental Congress, all the people have forgotten. Magna Carta coming over here, the Declaration of Independence, Bill of Rights, constitutional rights. These people have forgotten how this is all judicial, legislative, executive, not like ever been done before, not some serfdom, king's order, executive, judicial, legislative, executive branch, not democracy, demonocracy, a two-party state. You already been sold out to two-party paradigm, democracy, 49 to 51 means we only need to pay off these three schmucks, and we got it back in our favor. It's a flawed system. This is not a democracy. It was a constitutional republic, like an elephant. Go back and know your history, like a republic. Look at the symbolism of the elephant. That's the republic. They're mocking democracy, people selling their own demise. Two-party system. This is not a two-party. Remember, judicial, legislative, and executive. It tells us if it doesn't go through these three branches of government, then it's repugnant and don't follow it. But yet people do. Corporate law. Corporate is not a law. Corporations, right? Enterprises, that would be codes, ordinances, and mandates. Executive orders. These are all these weren't adjudicated through the House, Congress, and Senate. Therefore, they are not. And this has been going on. Remember, 1871, they made everybody a corporate debt slave. So most people don't have the attention span. They got TikTok rot brain. Say they can't concentrate. Remember? They've been merchandised. It's called a merchant number, actually. They call it your social security, like they've been carded, they're bonded with their credit card, social security card. That is your bond. Like you get bonded, licensed, bonded, and insured, but people are lost. People don't have any idea how this works. So this all happened back in the 1800s, where this became from, remember, 13 original colony states. Then they changed the Act of 1871 over to a corporation, and it's been this way ever since. So this isn't something that just started yesterday. It's been going on since the 1800s, but this is how far down this rabbit hole this nation has gotten. And whether people want to accept it or not, I don't care what people think. People are lost. I don't care if they say they're biblical, in law criminal, they got a master's, they're lost. There's only one Article 3 court. So if they're going to try you under the right of trial, your Sixth Amendment, and you've seen them violate mine, but it don't mean anything. They'll still violate your rights in this country. We've seen that. So, but Father will repay for whoever violated my rights, didn't he? Yeah, he said he would. He'd pour back twice the measure. Kind of like if you violate this trust, here's a merchant number, water law. This is under water law, land, air, and water. You're under water law. This is all part of this. It's whatever. pirates there or whatever, like road raiders, these people, road pirates out there enforcing non-adjudicated through the House, Congress, and Senate. Yeah, Title 18 revised statutes. That's repugnant. They were added. 18, remember, all these Title 18 is, if they're going to try you under the 6th Amendment, I don't care if it's state or federal, RICO, it is your Title 18. Look it up. Article 3 court has to be tried for it to be judicial. First, administrative, non-judicial. Third article, judicial. Fourth, administrative, territorial, not a judicial court, not operating under judicial capacity. Under crimes of commerce. All crimes in this country are crimes of commerce. Remember, I got felonies for using my mouth, for just saying something. I didn't hurt anybody. I didn't shoot anybody. I didn't threaten violence. I said I could protect myself and explain in quite detail about your 4th Amendment right. Title 18 has the right to deem force necessary if you deem that they're going to be a threat to your person's papers or effects. Yeah, that's Title 18. That was adjudicated through the House, Congress, and Senate. Not a revised statute was not adjudicated through the House, Congress, Senate. Therefore, it is that's why ORS, they charged me, right, with revised statute. Remember, that doesn't go through an article. So I don't care what these people have done to me. Father knows this, and I know this. And so careful when you stick your neck out there, they'll chop it off. It is. That's part of what we do. We walk up there and we bear witness. Oh, ye would be without counsel. And they'll throw you in front of their synagogues and their men in their black robes and their magistrates. And do not worry what you shall say. I will give you the answer. So I'll walk in the word. Remember, he is my counsel. So hallelujah. That's in the book of Luke. It's the only thing that's guided me this far. I wouldn't be here today. I don't have the strength to do it. I already told you. Principalities, powers, the rulers of the darkness of this world, spiritual wickedness in high places, synagogues, magistrates. It's okay. I don't care. Father did it. I have no vengeance towards no man who did anything to me. Father made him do it. He's just testing me. He is. He's seeing if I'll seek vengeance or blame it on the person and not look inward, self. Let him deal with it. Let him fight all my battles for me. That's how it works. Put it over to him. Give it to Father. That's what I do. Just the man I am. I'm a meek man, not a weak man. Different. So, standing in opposition, opposing. The opposite side of God is the adversary, and that's Satan. So whose side are you on? If you don't stand against a perversion of the law, then you're not on Father's. That's why he sent his son. They perverted his law. Hello. That's what, remember? You forwarded my Father's agape. Oh, does that sound like your little easy peasy transgender G-easy? Well, whatever. 3 of you in the room. I just thought I'd throw it out there. That's not him, remember? He said, be comforted. I am. So thanks, Father, for letting me know. He's the word. Tell me what to say, remember? So he sent his son to stand up to people who pervert tax. Remember, he turned over the money changer tables. He whipped the people selling the doves. It's whatever, man. Like I said, I'm not trying to change anybody. Just so you know, you take this, and I'm not trying to change you. You got to take this and discern all things. So I'm not trying to sway you one way or the other. You're not turning goats into sheep. So if you can't handle this, this adult chat only. No children allowed in here. Spiritual children either. Get away from me. Grow up. Be 7. The number of maturity is to be 7. So when you figure out the 7 things and are following and doing the 7 things he tells us to do in Scripture, you can come back and have that discussion with me. Maybe you'll grow up a little bit. But until then, you're just spiritually immature. So we all have a different walk. I don't care about your days on this rock. How many times you think you spun around on a ball? Your numbers that you think that is your age is timeless. We don't age. We're eternal. We die to self daily and we return by rising, resurrection, by salvation. He saves and lifts us and picks us up and carries us from the beginning point of the day to the end and then lays us, and we don't rest spiritually. We go to sleep, we gather our thoughts, and we start over again. And we bear witness and we carry crosses every day. Crucified, crucifixion. That's what a cross is. It's not there's no cross. Get that out of your head too. No such thing as cross. Not they didn't hang anybody from crosses. That's paganism. You see somebody wearing a cross, they're a pagan, a heathen, a Satanist, the adversary. The pagan unk, that is a cross, that is an unk, that is where that comes from. So he warned us about imagery. They're a child when it comes to imagery, see? Childish. So this probably isn't for you. You can exit stage right or stage left if you'd like. If this is just too much for you, if you can't handle it. If you can't handle the truth, it's not in them. I didn't get to say that for a minute. Been holding that in. So it isn't. He didn't write it on their hearts. He wrote the truth. He is the truth on spiritual hearts of the bride. It's like a program. Imagine. Not an Android, not an iPhone, not an Apple. Would you like to take a bite out of that? Sorry. Maybe a Ford or a rebuilt Dodge. So give me a second, guys. I'm going to have to stoke my fire here again. Love you, brothers, sisters. Hope you're paying attention to where we're at scripturally in the Word because, you know, Father is the Word. He said, be a wise virgin. Have extra oil. Go out and share the coming of the King. The 8th King is coming. Right? Oh, there's more than one king? Yeah. There's more than one king. The 7th king will be revealed as the 8th king. That's not Shiloh. Christ is king. Okay, whatever, man. Christ is a pagan term. Out of paganism. Like an unk or a cross. Perverts. Perverting. Twisted. Talking to Dad. You know, there's walking. I don't think she's going to go. And until the end of the day, she'll be all right. Oh, I didn't hear my bird out there. She's squawking a whole bunch there. She's telling me about it. She's like, I laid you an egg in there. Dad, you go check. I laid you an egg. I laid an egg. I laid an egg, Dad. You hear her out there? She's still telling me. Man, she's been so boisterous today. I should have knew she's going to lay an egg. What a good girl. So she is. She's cutting it up out there. She is getting it. She's a good girl. I really, like I said, she when we lost, you know, our rooster, she stepped up and, you know, just like a rooster, she's, you know, if there's something, you know, that gets her attention, she starts telling you about it, and like a rooster would. So we've got the rooster out there now. We haven't given him a name, but he is, we'll name him Pelon. He's got a little bald butt, so poor little rooster. He's beautiful. I can't wait to see. I don't know what his tail feathers look like. They got every stinking one of them. Whoever, you know, like I said, when he was with whatever batch, they had a few roosters, and he came with no tail feathers whatsoever. And normally those roosters have those nice big long tail feathers. So, Yeah, we'll see. I'm not sure. Like I said, he's really pretty. He's got kind of like the way his feathers come down around his breastplate and up around his back. It looks like there's like an oil sheen to it the way they separate. And I've looked so many, oh, like they're wet, and they're not. That's just the way uh, his feathers look. But he does a good job, whether he has his tail feathers or not. He looks out for the girls out there, and um, he kind of will separate, and they do kind of integrate a little bit, but they do pretty much. I don't know what it is. They've kind of kept themselves separate as almost two separate blocks, and that's okay because they do get along. They don't really have issues, and they are more docile. And I know people have had issues with the same bird, or they don't get along. But I've seen that these two flocks have integrated okay, and I've got the one bird that's missing an eye now. That happens every once in a while, even in a docile, they peck at each other or whatever, and um, so I do have one girl with an eye down um, out there, and like I said, I've seen that happen before. They will peck at each other a little bit, but not overly. You know what I'm saying? And she kind of keeps herself separate now too. She is part of that old flock, and I think she must have gone over there with the other flock, and that's kind of why they are keeping a little separate or whatever. But they've got it figured out all in all. And her eye is fine; it's healed up, and I'm keeping an eye on it, making sure nothing gets like I said, it's gone through the stages that now it's actually kind of like drying up and filling in, and you know so but she's doing fine. She just keeps her kind of self separate out of the way, and she'll still get up there and eat and do the things that she needs to do, and she doesn't seem to have any issues with navigating over the fence and back. She's seems pretty, all other than the isolation. Sometimes I find her a little more isolated by herself. I think that she's just trying to avoid any issue with the other birds. So she'll sometimes, actually, I found her a couple times she didn't even go you know nest with the other, or roost with at the end of the night with the other birds, and she came out. But she's fine. There's plenty of places she can get under cover, under this building, under the other, um, so, and they're, like I said, I little concerned sometimes out here when it's wet like this, but we're not getting freezing anymore. I think we're getting past that. We're finally almost past that weather. I mean, I just had the bird lay the first blue egg of the season. So hopefully, uh, we'll just get a little bit warmer here, and we might have a little more cold spell before it's all over. It's only just now March, so April, and we can still every month out here in this high desert we can have a hard freeze. I don't care if it's the middle of summer, it could happen out here. So, but birds are subject to cold weather, and they'll make it as long as they have a good space and it's not drafty, and so if she keeps herself out of a draft or something like that, she'll make it no matter where she's at. This one out here, but they all tend to go inside, other than her, and it's only just been, I think, 2 times that she didn't do it. So, anyways, love the birds. Thank you, Father, for the birds. Try to take care of my ladies, and had to go out there because she's still out there squawking and talking, and I think she's having her little um, celebration there. It's an extravagant day for her. Get it? Extravagant. I just made that up there on the fly. But thank you, Father. She'll be laying a ton of eggs, man. This girl can lay a bunch of eggs. Did you get that on the fly? So, oh my goodness. But good stuff, guys. Appreciate the conversation. These birds out here. I'm thankful that I have this responsibility with this farm, and I like having the eggs, and they, I don't cook with them like a lot of people, make a lot of things with eggs, and I just normally eat them, either scrambled, you know, uh, fried, whatever, with butter and salt and pepper, and normally not too much salt if I'm doing them with salted butter, but uh, or hard boiled. Sometimes I'll put them in a burrito, make them on a sandwich or something like that. Put them with some cheese or something on a now on a bun because I need to eat some kind of bread. But anyways, they're awesome to have, and even though they are kind of a little more costly than buying store bought eggs, they're worth having. To me, just for the responsibility of having to get up every day and and be a farmer. They need you whether you want them or not. So they need fed multiple times throughout the day, watered, clean water, shelter, all these things come down. It's not something that some people get and buy chickens thinking they're going to save money. You don't save money by having chickens. That's not what chickens are about. So you should probably just find somewhere to buy them from somebody in some farmer instead of trying to do. Chickens are not like they're that hard, but they are a lifestyle. Like I said, they need mine. I don't have, an automatic door or whatever. And, I let mine free range. So every first part of the day, they need let out, and sometimes, like I said, weather dictates on whether they come out or not. Just different, it's a like an animal husbandry. It's a lifestyle. So I'm thankful, Father, for that. So they're trying to actually make that illegal in this state and criminalize what I do. So I'd be a criminal to do what I'm doing out here. IP, whatever that bill, the Peace Act. So well, it's not only the attention, it's the cost that, they're not cheap. It's more expensive to farm raised eggs. I don't care. Bang for bang, it's probably twice as much as what it would cost you in the store when egg prices aren't up through the roof. They're doing one of their Giannis January, the one with the cock, their ritual. Anyways, moving on here. So hopefully, again, we can add some more bodies out here eventually, and again create some abundance. I don't want to water glass eggs. I want to freeze dry them, So I don't mind water glassing them. That's actually something that, it's nice to have. So you can have them for the off season, because they're going to lay, like I said, I bought this next batch, the 10, they were cinnamon queens and they were laying when I got them. So mine quit laying. So this should probably tell me that my other ones will start laying and I'm going to have an abundance of eggs again. So I like that, but it comes with a cost. You have to be able to use those eggs up too and not waste them. Now they could be fed back to your animals, your dogs, there's ways to use them up, but I don't like to waste them in any way, shape or form. So I try to, I give them away. Remember, I gave Ken was giving them dozens of eggs, 2 or 3 dozen at a time. And so, but again, it's a mindset, it's a lifestyle, and it takes a daily vigilance, like daily cross, to make sure you're taking care of them so that they're happy. And I love my birds. I do. They walk to me like little puppies. They poop all over everything, which is kind of frustrating, but oh well, I'm on a farm. You don't like it, go somewhere else. This is a farm. They poop on whatever. So they started hopping up. As soon as I thought that, I'm like, man, these chickens have been doing such a good job of not hopping up and getting the cat's food. The very next day, boom, chicken hopped up on the thing. Started eating my diamond lamb and rice. I can't afford to feed chickens diamond lamb and rice. So we had to move the kitty food over into the kitty condo. Juniper's not happy about that. So she likes to eat there, not out from underneath, and that's okay because during the weather months, I need her to eat in the kitty condo anyways. So I don't like her food to get right on. I have to shut but that's a farm for you. So see, you got to work together. You got to work through the things. Things are fluid. They change sometimes on the daily. So, and I'm thankful for that. So some people, like I said, they find their, everybody's got to have a thing. So I'm not the only one who enjoys taking care of chickens. Look at, like I said, there's a lot of online people who talk about it and have created since this whole chicken debacle, egg extravaganza where they raise the price of eggs in January for their Giannis, the one with the chicken or the cock, the rooster ritual. It's a ritual they do with you, like the bookend, like Giannis. So the two-faced God, like two jokers in a deck. It's just a ritual. They didn't do it this year. They did it the year before. Remember, they go off and on with these, $12 a dozen egg, kind of. So at that point in time, yeah, your chickens are probably going to be a little bit more reasonably priced to raise them when they get, those prices of the year. But if you just cost average, again, there's a cost. It comes, but they're way better eggs. We have not even mentioned it for 30 minutes, whatever, that I don't care. There's 20% more protein, and then you could water glass the eggs. You can't put a price on that. You can't. Even if you pay more, you could water glass. You can't water glass store-bought eggs. They have to be refrigerated because they wash the bloom off of them. So eggs from the farm you can leave on the counter, better eggs and better friends. You do, because they make good friends. Chickens don't sit there and steal your girlfriend or your husband. Well, they've broken up some marriages, though, so careful. They have chickens. Some people get crazy about their chickens. I told you, there's a whole bunch of chicken mania out there. So, seriously, chickens get to be, I don't know, I watched this one blogger. She's a lady. She's on Facebook, whatever. She got green hair or whatever. She puts out a blog. She makes little shorts and funny little things about, like, well, I bought 8 chickens, then I had to have 8, and then I got 30, and then I told my husband, I don't know. She just, it makes a comedy spin it. But she's a homesteader. And you could tell she takes just whatever. Some bloggers make a lot of money online, guys. I was really thinking about that today. Like, dang, man, I spent a lot of money here online. And it's not that I do it for money, but some people make a ton of money and then they put it back into their homestead, or her. She puts all that money back into her homestead. And I can tell she takes extraordinary care of her animals and puts out a lot of good information, too. And then makes jokes and puts out good pieces. And, it's a very well-rounded channel. So I don't know if you've seen her. She's a blogger. She got green hair, whatever, and wears green a lot. But she puts out some outstanding blogs. Some of them are shorts, but she puts out good information about chickens. So, but she talks about this same thing where, my wife wanted 5 chickens and then we had 20, oh, well, then I had to have blue eggs and then I had green, they're funny. I love it because people get this chicken mania. It's better than buying drugs, spending your money on a hooker, whatever, going and buying your wife a rack. Why don't you put in a rack on your chicken coop? You know what I'm saying? You're more worried about the rack on your truck. No, he's really more worried about the rack on his wife, but no. Make her happy and she can have all the chicken she wants, right? A happy wife, happy life. So make the lady happy, build her another chicken coop and let her have more chickens. So it is, it's good. I like the, like I said, the interest in chickens. It's brought back some self-sufficiency. We're kind of making light of it, you know what I'm saying? But it did. Remember, we talked about 40% of the populace and during World War II could grow their own food. Some kind of chickens, garden in their windowsill, something, we're self-sufficient. Less than 1%. It's probably come up a little bit now because of the chicken, whole price debacle. Kind of like the teepee. It did. It made a lot of people run out. You see people like, oh my God. You ever seen this one? Watch, let me show you how this one works. This might be, just since we're talking about this, one of my favorite ones to see online, to bring it full circle. If you haven't seen this one, wait until you've seen this. If you don't, look, it's my first $3,000 egg. Yeah, by the time they buy the $1,200 coop and the shavings, some people spend more on some of those little chicken tractors. Look, it's my first $3,000 egg. And they're like, they get the big eating grin. They do. You ever seen that one on these chicken channels? Whatever little blogs. Look, it's my $4,000 egg. And they're happy as pie. Not even, they can get it, but the initial investment, you could You could take this chicken, have a rooster, and make more. So it's not like you couldn't create abundance, okay? So that investment, it takes money to make money. But I've never seen anybody like, oh my God, it's my first $3,000 egg. They're always happy. You can tell they're glowing. They're like, it's awesome. A lot of hard work goes into that, and like I said, even if it's funding that does, and they're doing it on their own and they're self-sufficient, and that's their egg. That's their egg. They didn't go to the store to buy that. They grew their own medicinals. They didn't have to go deal with the store or their whatever dealer they're going to get their whatever. They did it themselves. That is nice. That is resilience. It's cutting off the supply chain, going, I'm the supply chain. Now I can create more chickens and roosters. And I can create pullets and I can sell those. I can sell chicken eggs. I might even start making those chicken tractors, So, but I don't know if you guys ever seen these blogs or whatever where somebody has bought into the initial investment and it's quite costly. This is my first $1,000, $2,000, $3,000, and $4,000 egg with a smile on their face, not even, concerned about the investment because it is that reward to get that. And then it's like buying a non-genetically modified plant because chickens will lay eggs that are not genetically modified, and those will make more chickens. You don't have to be strangled by their supply chain. You can become the supply. See, she's still out there talking. She knows I'm talking about her. They're smart chickens too. Chickens are very smart. They recognize something like 100 faces. They have their own language. Study chicken. A lot of people, that's what I'm saying. I think it's awesome. All this information. And everybody's a chicken specialist online. So careful, it gets into be these wars about things like that too. It's neat to see. Like I said, I love the organicness of this whole movement towards really making the price of eggs go up really high, which drove some people to go, man, honey, maybe we should try to do this ourselves, And then even it drove people into things like quail eggs. Even if you can't do chickens, you can do quail in a city. They don't make noise they're just like having a bird. You know what I'm saying? No different than having like a parakeet, or some kind of, yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of that sprung up too because it did. It's like, well, honey, we need to start growing some food for these chickens. We could save a lot of money on the garden. Well, on chicken feed, like me this year, I wish I had 2 or 3 more people out here right now. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it next week. I gotta make a thing, write it, set it up, and do it. Oh, that's this week. I gotta do it this week. So to come enjoy this, all these extra eggs, all these things that could be done, to have somebody right now, because I need to create a big garden. I want to take and figure out a way before the end of the year to take and run all my food through a grater, all of it, then dry it. I don't care what it is. I'll feed them whatever fresh that I can, but any abundance I want to grind down into I think I like pellets and pieces. If it's dried, I can always throw it back into a wet. You know what I'm saying? So I need to come up with a shredding process to shred all of it because I think they'll eat all of it. They're pretty much like that. And if you broke it down in a matter like that into a mash, they're probably just going to eat it all anyways. You know what I'm saying? Into a mash during the months that I can give them a mash like that too. Feed it back to them, add a little water. I got to be careful in the cold months because it'll all stick together. I ran into that a little bit this year, but I could dry it all out and shred every bit of it. Stop being biased. Just put it all in a shred. If they don't want it, they won't eat it. It'll go right back to the soil anyways. You know what I'm saying? I don't mind throwing it in any kind of cover like that anyways. To get a little footing. Goes the weasel, and the weasel goes. So that was a loud one. Hold on. It's not my $3,000 egg, but I got a lot of money into these chickens here too. So, like I said, I'm a little bummed about my water glassing incident here, but that's okay. I learned. That's why you got to do things like farm and garden and do these things. Farmers didn't learn how to be farmers because they didn't do it. They learned how to do it. They didn't maybe get it right the first time. That's the beautiful thing about being a farmer and being a homesteader, is the resilience of it. You know, that's right. Live and learn. Learn the hard way. Some of us, the school of hard knocks. That's what that unhinged farmer he talks about. You know, do it. Don't talk about it. Go do it. This is how we learn to do it. We don't have instructions. We just go out and get her done. You know, we don't have people tell us. We can learn from others, but we have to do this. There's nobody here to help us. You know, and that's how a lot of farmers overcome a lot of things. Trial and error. Live and learn. Trial and error. It's not something that you don't become a farmer overnight. Homesteading is a lifestyle too. It's not, that's what I'm saying. See, I get it whether those chickens want me up or not. I don't want to lay in bed, but you know what I'm saying? This rooster out here starts crowing at 5 o'clock like I want him to. Sometimes a little bit at 3 or 4 if he'll hear me up in here. If he hears me in here, sometimes he'll let out a couple, you know, and that's what I need him to do. I live on a farm. You should hear a rooster crowing on a farm, right? So he's doing his job. Then again at 5, then again at 6, then again at 7. I like him. He's a little more boisterous than the last guy. I like having that out there. It's something. Get away from me. Go to your city, raise some quail. Quail are for you. You can get a lot of eggs out of them too and still get protein. So there's a lot of ways, like I said, to gain your independence from the system. Whether you're in the system, out of the, you know what I'm saying? This is the beautiful thing about what I've seen here in the last couple years, you know, with this 3 or 4, you know, because it's been a cycle of people coming and saying, hey, honey, we need to start doing this for ourselves. Even if it's more expensive, they get into it and learn, hey, honey, there's 20% more protein. We need protein. We need a lot of protein right now. We're way depleted on nutrition and protein and vitamins and nutrition. Just throwing 4 or 5 extra eggs on the plate every morning, honey, that's going to make us operate a whole lot better every day. Honey, if we got enough chickens, we'd have enough to have 3 or 4 eggs a piece every morning and still have plenty of eggs to bake with and make pasta and breads and all your little cake, whatever, honey, and still have, yeah, it's awesome, guys. You know what I'm saying? Well, no, I mean, it's nice because they get on a little bit of the time clock too. This guy, he's not so much on the time clock. He'll crow in the middle of the day and not like, you know, crow because there's like a bird or a crow up there harassing him and, you know, there's some kind of predator. He just does it. I dig this guy. I like him. He's super friendly. He's a really nice. He's never been mean. He kind of reminds me of Lazarus, you know. I think that's what we called that last. What was the name of that? It was Heather named that last chick. I normally don't like to name animals because I'm going to eat them eventually. But yeah, don't name your livestock. Don't ever name livestock. If you do, give them good names like chicken pot pie and chicken dumpling and you know barbecue chicken. Let me introduce you. This is barbecue chicken. That way she'll know what's going to come someday too, but she'll be all right. She hears barbecue chicken all of her life. She's like, yeah, can't wait for the barbecue. So good stuff. But again, I can't wait to get more out here too, guys. And I do want to produce a garden, as I'm saying, you know, to be able to create the garden out here. Very important. Either way, I'm going to do it on my own. If Father is going to provide, I have to do it on my own. I will take care of it. You know what I'm saying? I will. I don't think I have more birds than I can handle. I think I could do 1 or 2 more birds. I think at that. Now, if I added more people here, I'd probably add more birds. A couple more birds. Probably another 3 or 4 or 5 birds. If they would help me, I would try to actually hatch and sell. I try to stick it to this whole IP28 Peace Act because raising livestock for food is a right of the people, and they're trying to make it criminal in this state. And I'm not trying to act like a criminal because I'm on probation, but I have the right to grow food until then. And then when they do it, I want to have enough food prepared, freeze dried, put away already. If they make something like that happen in this state where I can't do this, hey, I already grew enough. I already got chicken freeze-dried. I already got eggs freeze-dried. I already got, lemon cucumber. I already got all this stuff freeze-dried. Remember, I don't think the world is coming to an end anytime soon. I think we got some years to, if we dig in deep right now, we'll be all right. Hey, the world could come to an end tomorrow as you know it. It already did at the, reset at the VidCo, and we're still all here now, huh? So the world's not going to end like you think, ever. That's not how this ends. The final Trump, nobody knows that time, not the day or the hour. So I already see the day approaching. So that could be years. Remember, 2,000 year slice of time. So I don't think I'm 2,000 years off, but somewhere in this slice of time will the king come back and crown, right? They'll receive their heir. Hopefully not the heir of their ways, right? Narrow is the way. Broad is the way that leads to hell. So what the hell are you talking about? All right. Anyway, so I thank Father because this is another way to be more Christ-like. It is. Store-bought chicken and store-bought eggs, I think Father hates. I'm like 99% for certain that Father doesn't like genetically modified hormone-induced chicken. I do think he does not want us to do that to the animals, irregardless of supply and demand. Then somebody should stop, figure it out. We've done something wrong. It's called capitalism. Father likes organic chicken, not raised with hormones. And no, Father hates that. You think Father likes stereo? Do you think Father likes genetically modified corn syrup? No, think about it. All this time I'm talking about moving out to the country. Narrow is the way. You think Father likes the cities? All these people, supply chain hooked into the system that, on the machine, welcome to machine, the system, drive-throughs, convenience, number one seller next to sex. Well, not sex itself, the insinuation of a low-cut blouse or maybe a guy with a pair of sweats on or something, The insinuation, let the mind wander, okay? Convenience sells second to the insinuation of. It does. Drive-throughs, Piggly Wiggly, Dutch Brothers, Walmart. I don't care. Well, they don't have a drive-through, but whatever. Convenience. It's all there under one roof. You even get your photos done here, too, and a passport. They get the flock out of Dodge. But that was good. But, okay, anyways, what you do to be a herder, you better have a herd of sheep and goats. That way you don't need to worry about when the chain supply store gets cut off and you can't even spend cash at the store because everything's on a digital ledger. Nope, sorry, we can't take the cash here, sir. Our computer's down. We'll have no way to take it out of our inventory. I apologize. I can't write you a receipt. See, even your cash won't spend then, huh? You better have another supply chain. Cut it off. Cut these big supply chains off and become our own supply chains. If just a small amount of the populace, less than a quarter of the populace grew their own gardens, they couldn't even offer us this genetically modified crap. Seriously, Florida, they couldn't compete with the market. I know what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Evolution. Beat the system by growing your own tomatoes. The government hates it when you do that. Oh my God, they're self-reliant. Boop, boop, boop. You want to be on their public enemy number one list? Oh my God, they're growing duck and chicken eggs and they're hatching them out themselves. They figured out they can have abundance. They don't need to rely on the supply chain. They're raising little baby ewe lambs and kids. They're got kids. They're not supposed to have any kids. Goats, kids, get it, kids? All right, never mind. You thought I was talking about the little chitlins, huh? Little kikis. No. All right, moving on. We're talking about silly rabbits, remember? Oh, we won. All right. Seriously. Hey, this is how you beat the system, brothers, sisters. You become your own system. I'm going to keep beating it in you like a chant or a mantra till you're growing your own vegetable garden. I don't care. Maybe you'll be growing some chives in your windowsill. You'll be doing something. You'll at least be putting in some. I got to figure out a way to stick it to the man. He said if I grow chives, I'll be put on a list. It's exciting, isn't it? Oh, Self-reliance. Oh my gosh, the supply chain's cut off and now I'm my own power company. Become empowered. Why not do both? That's what I recommend, huh? That's where the ministry is trying to go. So if any of this has any value right now, you can leave a tithe at CashApp or PayPal in the ministry. Moving on in the conversation. So it's always there. Demonetized channel. They shut down my AdSense the other day too. All of it. Totally everything. There's no more monetary on this channel. They do not want it. So they could take me off of YouTube at any time. I already know that. So I thank for every moment I have. Like I'm thankful for the 25 years I had with my son, even if he is mad at me. So, well, that's what I'm saying. There's lots of ways to get yourself on the list. Like Satan, Ho, Santa Claus, or whatever Ho or remember? Making a list, checking it twice. It's not like you're trying to mimic the Most High. Sees you while you are sleeping, sees you while you're awake. They all see an eye. Watch out for them hoes. Hey, ho. Remember? Wonder where all the hoes are at? Ask Santa. So. All right. Speaking of selling things off the market, Big Pan. All right, walking with a limp. So don't cause one of mine to stumble. Remember, he said so. All right, moving on to the conversation. So self-sufficiency is the future, or you're going to eat whatever they print you, 3D, or maybe George or Soylent Green, Jetson, by the mile. I'm not sure how they'll, but it will be just about, well, it is pretty much already there. Go to the store, everything's genetically modified. The dopamine dump, remember, sugar, salt, oil, the basic, food coloring, then they want to dye you. So back again into the conversation. It's better to grow your own food. Father hates genetically modified food. Father hates food dye. He doesn't like Yellow Lake number. No, that's not no. I don't care what you think. Go somewhere else then. Eat your zebra stripes or your ho-ho, whatever their ding-dong. Take your little snowflake somewhere else. I'm not having it. Seriously. This is an abomination. The way we eat is literally just food-flavored poison. Comes in boxes and bags and cans. They get the pop-top cans now too. So you don't even have to use the can opener. You can just poison right into you can eat it right out of the can. You can eat poison right. Get a fork. Take it deep. But they're like, yeah, look at this. We don't even have to, they're just doing it on their own. And they pay to eat the poison. Goyim slop. So you seen this little discovery that's happened here, this little movement already with the little label? Whatever, for kosher food. I don't know if that's going to last very much longer. I think the Goyim figured it out. They did. So, no, they're not eating the Goyim slop anymore. They're looking for the little label, the U or the K or the F or the U. No, just kidding. If you buy anything else if you buy almost anything from the store, your FUs, well, never mind. I'm trying to keep that to a minimum. So how do you negate that? Grow it yourself. The food is grown with fluoridated and chloridated water, sprayed, grown. Chemicals. They wear hazmat suits to grow vegetables now. Used to be farmers with, hay, Timothy hay, straw, alfalfa. Now they're out there in COVID suits. The fuck? What's going on here? That's COVID backwards. Get out of here. This is crazy. Yeah, that's the modern day farmer. Most of it's automated now. They send the robots. They don't need the suits, right? Little pickers, little animated like David was talking about. Look like spiders out there in the field. Drones upside down. picking every little dot in perfection. We don't need you anymore, farmers. It's all been automated. A lot of the farming industry has been automated. A lot of them just turn at the end. Seriously, the straight is... Grow it yourself. Become your own supply chain. You're supporting the war machine. You're supporting the beast. The beast is genetically modified everything. Father doesn't want us genetically modified. They were doing that at the time of Rome. Remember, they were doing this before, during the flood, genetically modifying humans. Remember, heads of eagles and beasts and bodies of men and vice versa. And yeah, chimeras. Yeah, kind of like your food. It's Frankenfood. They brought it back from the dead. They spray it with dead bugs, remember? Eat your kids. You want to talk about fast food? Father hates McDonald's. You think Father likes McDonald's? Put a McDonald's in the chat if you think Father likes McDonald's. Or put a no in the chat if you think Father likes Jack in the Crack or Box or whatever you're smoking or whatever box you're in. 2 tacos for 99 cents. Now that's inflation proof. Oh, are they back yet? So I did that forever. I did it for a long time on Predestined4light. So here we are in the modern day, just poison ourselves, go through the drive because it's convenience, right through the drive-through. Let them just pay for your own poisoning. Father is not McLovin' it at all. Instead, you're caught on the wrong app instead of trying to get the whatever your McGriddle or whatever. And for the breakfast menu, you're over there on the hub and you got 3 counts in the parking lot of rubbing it. Wrong app, buddy. Do that somewhere else. All right. Self-driven, self-service. Remember? Pornea. All right. Idolatria. All right. Moving on. Do you walk or carry your lunch to school? All right. It's okay. I have to school you in here. Careful. Eat of the meat, brothers, sisters. Hopefully it's not genetically modified, some no-roll hormone, steroid-induced. I don't know. That don't look like... Why is it so red? Why is the meat so red? Meat is not red, just so you know. That's all been needled with red dye. Remember M's? Red dye? Dye. Get it? They do. All the steaks, they needle them with water, tenderizers like bromine, which is a halogen. Halogens will kill you. Like death row, they give you a halogen to kill you. Your 3rd shot, potassium chloride. You mean the things that whiten my whites and brighten my brights? I do my laundry with my socks. I don't have white socks, but I don't have white shirts, but yeah, the same thing, the halogen. You mean like fluoride? Yeah, fluoride, the thing they've got the skull and crossbones that they put in the water. But what, hydrofluoric silicic acid? No, a byproduct of fertilizer? Well, in the non-natural, yeah, similar like what comes out of the ground. Yeah, fluoride. They put it in your toothpaste because they want you to make scrub in it. There's labels on the toothpaste too, brothers, sisters. So I think you might go see David. He's talking about some other oral hygiene on his channel. There's other ways other than toothpaste. There are toothpaste out there like Tom's that don't have the fluoride in them, brothers, sisters, remember? But then there's also iodine, which is a halogen. Like comes out of the ocean, like iodine, like seaweed, like, eating fish and from a source of salt water. No other way to get iodine. It's halogen that we eat. So out of the ocean. It is a halogen. Well, like what they put on your skin, not to oxidize. That's topical. I'm talking about, you know, like eating it, like fish or seaweed or like Himalayan or sea salt that has the iodine in it. That's a halogen. That's the one that you can not you don't want to eat the again, like a topical put on a open, you know, uh, contusion, open wound, a sore. That's iodine as well, but that's why it's that rusty, orangish color, because it's been oxidized. So you don't want to put oxidation in your body. That's why you got to be careful with oils, because oils oxidize and they become toxic, kind of like Britney Spears. So, toxic. Oh, so. Let's check on the fire here. Man, my eyeball has been killing me today, off and on. What's going on with it? It does that from time to time. All right. I think it must be time to feed these animals. It's time to feed my kitties. Uh, Beautylation. So, all right, let me feed my puppy here. He's time to feed him and check on the kitties. I think. Oh, are you stuck on your collar there, buddy? I'm just sorry, huh? Oh, Dad needs to buy you just a little bit smaller one, huh? That one's almost there. I like that one on you, though. Are you ready to eat, my buddy boy? My best kid? You are the best boy today. You know that, puppy dog? You are the best puppy I ever did have. You are the best. You're the one that I love. Why are you always the best boy and the best guy, the best puppy you ever did was? Ready for dinner? Your diamonds, the diamonds and the lamb and the rices? All right. There's for my puppy boy, my best kid that I ever did have. That's eyes. It just feels like somebody's poking in the eyeball. Suck it. Put more food out there for the kitty. I feel like the other cat keeps coming over there and eating all her food every day. Starting to cool off out there a little bit. It's rainy, so that chill in the air. It's that chill in the air, the wet moisture in the desert. We got a dry desert out here. Okay, let's put that to the side for a minute. All right, I had to take care of that lady's food. She don't like eating over there in their kitty condo much, but she's gonna need to. She knows to, but she don't seem to be eating as much food. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, that's all they do. Like I say, we were talking a little bit more. Wow, come on, light. What the heck is up with that? Oh, I can't do the light right by. So we get more backlight going here. All right, a little better. So again, having a source again later, what, or earlier I was saying that sooner or later you're going to have a source of protein that you can make on your own, that you can source your own. If grocery stores aren't able to supply, and for example, if you took the amount of hamburger beef that's consumed just by the corporation McDonald's, or we don't have enough beef left over to supply everybody else. The other chain, let alone anybody, it's showing that there's obviously something going on, in our food chain that has been interrupted. So again, I know I keep harping on this same subject, but I have done it, and I'm trying to get myself to where I can back to where I was before. I've been set back. Father beats the snot out of me constantly, pushes me down and kicks me down and beats me down to nothing a lot. I have to pick up the pieces and move on and get back up on my horse, put my teeth back in my head and ride again. Grab the reins and hold on, because it's a wild ride. But, I'm going to get back again where I'm having the ability to before mentally I did it on my own, and I did it anticipating that people would come, and that was the anticipation. I didn't get to do it in the capacity that I know I could, but I still gave it as much effort. And today, multiple livestock out here, right now, my livestock is just in fowl, in chickens, but I don't have ducks. I want to get them back out here again too. But I've done rabbits, I've done hogs, and I've done goats, I've done sheep, and I want to have the ability to be rounded enough to have this supply chain here ready to go at all times, because the food that we're offered at the store is garbage. Unless you actually grow it yourself, pretty much majority of the food at the store is not healthy for you. It's lack of nutrition. They've already shown, again, the old, food pyramid was inverted, it's wrong. But even if you eat a well-balanced meal, there's still not enough nutrition in the modern day grocery store. That's why a lot of people reach out and take supplements and, what are you doing, boy? And rely on that. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop being a weasel. Stop being a weasel. You're being a weasel. Stop being a weasel. Stop being a weasel. Stop it. You're a weasel. You're my little weasel. You're my weasel. You're a weasel. He likes to get his little nose in there and weasel his way in there. And weasel his way in there. Are you loving on the dad? You're a good boy today. You're the best kid that I ever had today. Or just the best one there ever was. So, again, I know it doesn't make sense to most people because they're super reliant on the supply chain and they don't think they could ever do it. But then again, they don't ever make an attempt to grow anything. So, for me, at least I'm doing something. Like I said, I've grown food out here year after year, and tried to capture a full blown homestead. But it does take more than one person to do it successfully. So that's why I kind of backed down and I said, I'm going to do what I can do, raise what I can raise, grow what I can grow. And when that time comes, I'll expand. And I don't need to be trying to do this all at one time. That's my deal. I got a lot of irons in the fire, man. It's the way this works with me. I'm a very multifaceted dude, so I'm not a simple man by any means. So life should not be easy. Life should be, complex. Should be always future thinking, like generations. In the summer, you should be thinking about the winter. In the winter, you should be thinking about the summer. Most people aren't like that. So I buy air conditioners in the winter for $20. Sell them for $100 in the winter or in the summer. Wood stoves, $20, not $20, $50, $100 sometimes for a wood stove. Sell it for $200, $250 in the winter. Like a bird, it doesn't need to be told to put up, store or, or to leave or to fly south. They do the same, or a chipmunk or a squirrel, they all got the brain the size of a pea. It's called instinctual. Most people don't have it. They've lost all their instincts. They don't. They can't even go out into the woods and hunt or gather. They have to have a drive-through. Remember Piggly Wiggly? You know, whatever. Safeway, Kroger. I don't know where you know, we were talking about this. They don't grow anything on their own. And so they're reliant on the supply chain, you know. Yeah, good for you, Yeti. I just don't, you know, and I'm saying I know people in a pinch or whatever, but good food is not fast and fast food is not good. It's not, none of it. There's nothing out there that's healthy, nutritional, you know, not anything of it's fast for a reason. So, you know, you compromise quality when you start cutting corners. What are you, Wendy's? Where's the beef? Apologize, had to go there. So my brain works like that. Oh my goodness, don't let them in the brain, boys. They'll go berserk in here, huh? It's organized chaos. So, Father creates chaos. You'll have to take it up with Father. Calamity. Evil. Father creates evil. So he makes these people create these genetically modified, you know, frankenfoods to feed it the goyim slop so that, you know, you don't even try. So hope you're at least putting in some kind of effort. It's important to try to get out of the system. He said, come out of her, my people. Be in it, but be not of it. That means grow your own food. Well, not exactly, but kind of. If you think about what he's saying to you, what is the word telling you? Broad is the way. Cities, supermarkets, shopping malls is the way that leads to hell. You tell me Father doesn't like the mall? No, Father doesn't like malls or rats, mall rats. Oh, no. Wasn't that a movie or something? Oh, my goodness. I'm just hanging out with a dad, just being a good kid. So, careful. Eat your kids. Remember, not enough beef in America to just feed the people eating burgers at the, how many billions served? You've been served. This boy, just being silly. I don't know why you're saying all. He's kind of being a little over-loving. Over-loving. He's magnetic, puppy. No kisses. Don't you be smiling. Oh, you be kissing me. I don't want any kisses, you crazy boy. You crazy boy. He's my dingo boy. He's my dingo. Uh-oh, what did we just see? Somebody put out a YouTube video. Who put out a video? Monkeyworks looks like. Yep, Monkeyworks puts out a video. War with Iran. It was a short. Prepper News put out a video. What's Prepper News? Some of the channels that I've subscribed to for many years. We're being crazy. We're being crazy. Are you a crazy boy? Are you crazy? You're a crazy boy. You're a happy kid, aren't you? Your dad's boy? Mr. Bone? Where's the bone? Let me see your ears. Where's the ears? Where are the ears? Look at those handsome ears. She's got bat ears like a bat. They can hear everything. He has the best hearing. He knows when somebody's coming down the driveway, when they're way down, they're like we're 60 acres back, and he can hear them when they turn around the driveway. It's a good boy. It's my watch puppy. I see you. I see you. He's watching. Yeah, good stuff. He's a good boy. He really is. He's a super dog. I love having him. He's just, don't put the phone down there. We don't get good reception down there. So, again, hopefully we'll continue to have the conversation whenever we can about being self-reliant. Make Father happy. Father hates drive-thrus. Father hates convenience. Father hates cap. Father hates cities. Father doesn't like cities. Father hates cities. Father hates sin. Sin city. So, broad is the way. Notice all those big cities got big clover leaves and big 12-lane highways, and broad is the way that leads to hell. So, Convenience. Father doesn't like convenience. Father wants us to work for what we have. Making honest, dirty hands from working, fingernails, an honest living. Not this cubicle and stuck in a cage and feeding the system, and every dollar that you work for is taxed and you're capped and have an earning cap and all. Yeah, oh yeah. You can't make abundance. You don't grow chicken eggs and raise gardens, and you live in a little ticky-tacky houses on the hillside, all the same. They look pretty much, different shapes, different, but all pretty, cubicles. Not quite, coffin, cage life in Hong Kong, but, Redmond Airport is the nearest airport where I'm at. So, Redmond. That's going to be northeast a little bit of Bend. So, but again, Father doesn't like capitalism. Father hates pride. One trying to build one and taller and taller and taller. They're building their, castles to the sky. So, modern day skyscrapers, whatever you want to call them. Father hates that. Where, one EMP could just fry the whole city to the ground. It'd be like, you ever seen those toasters that light up with all the things where they all start turning orange, the gray? That's what you are in a city. Oh, to burn to dust. I don't care about your steel. That's what I see. I could be wrong. I know scripturally he says your enemies would be ashes under your feet. So he don't like the cities. I don't think he's going to be very happy with these, transformers and 5G whiz towers and all this tech. Nuh-uh. That's not pleasing to Father. I don't care what anybody thinks. Leave then. Go somewhere else. Go hang out in your big city lights and your Broadway and your MLK and your ABC LGBT street, whatever snowflake, you can flake off there, Tony the Tiger. So they're great. Remember, the greatest of all time? A bunch of goats is what they are. Herding in the cities. So, but they're stubborn. People like their convenience. They do. Remember? Sin City. It sells. So, but Father didn't narrow us the way. Remember, broad is the way that leads to the wide gate that leads to hell, and he has the key to that. So I'm not trying to unlock any, secret doors here. There's no secret. It's in the word. Remember, organic. Father does not want us to, alchemy. Remember, Brewster's, mixing, leaven, little leaven, leavens the whole lump. He doesn't want us to do this. So that's what creates this pride and this, skyscrapers, gods in the sky, and all this. It is. It's an organic lifestyle. You're not thinking about these things. I'm not saying that you can't, be looking at them, but it's not your daily. That's most people do is they fight the whether it's the traffic or the 9 to 5, they punch the clock, they fight. Get it? They punch the clock. I'm not sure. They don't have any. So, but again, I'll just continue to tell that, and you can say that I'm being blasphemous, and Father loves cities, and Father loves convenience, and Father, that's okay. Father doesn't care. But no, he narrow is the way. We got to go through tribulation. We need to suffer. We need to have to do the hard way. Narrow is hard. Broad is easy. There's no pinch. The theologo, the Greek word to be pushed from both sides. Theolobo, to be pushed. The only way you're going to fit through that straight gate is unless you are narrowed down that narrow path. So it shouldn't get easier. Don't bite off more than you can chew, but the lifestyle shouldn't be this easy, get rich quick, Sin City kind of lifestyle. That's what the cities breed. Okay. And farmers can get extremely wealthy too. So be careful. It'd be easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than a rich man to the gates of heaven. Right? So you're not going to be with Father if you've got too much wealth. So careful. It's a fine line. Where do you put your wealth at? Remember, Job. Remember his test. So if you'll stay faithful to the word, Do not falter like Daniel. You will be rewarded. Not all of us get it back in this lifetime. Truly, salvation is afterlife, but it's okay. Um, I'm not going anywhere anytime soon. I don't think so. When on how many more months do I got to make it? Hopefully, you know, will we see November 14th, that day, the ninth month of the year, 2026 on their lunar calendar. That's what I'd have to say. And I'm not making any predictions, but if you see me on November 14th of this year, you're going to probably have to deal with me for another 4 or 5 decades. Deal with it. Too bad. Father is the creator. My day of death's already written. So I'm not, death doesn't scare me. The idea, what scares me is not serving the word properly. Remember, you forwarded my agape. So I love Shiloh. I love what he made for his bride. You know, it's beautiful. I love the fact that I have the ability to live on a farm, and I live 100 miles from a Walmart. And I'm not fighting the time clock, so to speak. I manage my time, but I don't fight it. I don't punch it. I don't, Father gave me this ability. And even though that the body might be a little beat down, the mind is strong. And even though it's, been beat down, it still has the ability, the strength to get up every day and do this, whether I want to do it or not. So the mind is still there. It might have some PTSD, a little, that happens from time to time. We all have good days and bad days, but don't lose my mind. Um, not going to check out early, not trying to, I'm still trying to prepare. Remember, every day I put in work for the ministry. I have to do this for me too. I have to be able to help others. I've got to be able to help the things I need to be charitable. I got to be the one to be able to give that handout, even if it's just the word. But there's two sides to charity. There's the person who's giving, and there's the person who's receiving. Okay, it is better to receive, right? No, it's better to give. So there's two ends. It is charity, works both ways. So Father has helped me to set myself up to, if I have that ability, and I've already, a lot of people, like I said, throughout my life have made their, like I said, they're a lot of money off, well, whether by taking it or advantage of my kindness or whatever off my back. So it's okay. I'm not going to stop laboring for Father. So until my body can't do it anymore, I think my mind will have the ability to keep, strong, because, it just, I'm not saying he can't make my life worse than it is, but it is a struggle. Every single day is a battle just to be alive right now. I don't enjoy my life. I don't. Not like that. I enjoy being a farmer. I enjoy the details, but my life is a struggle, which lets me know that I got to be doing something correctly, whether I don't get to determine, he's the judge at the end, but I know what the word tells me, and I'm just trying to do what the word tells me to do. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I will accept the judgments of whatever is to come. You will reap what you sow. What goes around, because of judgments, comes back double for you. The measure will be poured out for sin. So be careful. Like I said, I like the idea of having more an organic lifestyle, being away from people and not being around so many people. Well, it's not that I don't like people. I just don't like being around a bunch of people anymore. I already had all that experience. I can visit cities. I can be around crowds. I just don't prefer that. That's not my preference. Small doses. I'd rather do it now in small doses. You know what I'm saying? It's not a lifestyle for me. So keep your cities. Keep your, your convenience. It's okay if that's the lifestyle, but it isn't for me. And that's okay, because most people go to hell, and most people don't want to do things the hard way. Easy, like downhill, every step you got gravity at your back, so it's not difficult. When you want to become king of the hill, like Babylon, that great, burnt mountain, careful, climbing that mountain, every step is difficult. There's not one step that's not resistance. Like a bird cannot achieve lift without getting off the ground without resistance. Resistance. Narrow is the way. Narrow resistance. So that's the way it works, to be narrowed. So you'll fit through the straight gate. Straight is the gate. So that comes with, that can say, well, if you take steps downhill, where does it lead you? The pit. No knowledge. You're not every step. You don't even have to worry. You got gravity at your back. It's so easy, isn't it? You don't even break a sweat going downhill, do you? See what I'm saying? I'm just using it as that's what he tells us. Narrow is the path. Narrow is the resistance. It's the P.O.Box is a noun. It means to be push from both sides, right? From the right side, from the left side, like entering through a sieve. Narrow. See, I think a lot of people think narrow. They just think this little narrow path. That's not at all what the scripture is telling us. I did when I was young. Like, how am I going to fit in this little narrow path? I'm this big old, I sin, I do all these things. I ain't fit. No, narrow. That's why you need to don't go back here. Narrow is the way. If you want him to grow inside of you, you have to cut off self. Lesser of self and more of Father, more of Shiloh. Cut it off, he said, daily. Cut off the outer man, circumcise the flesh, die to self daily. Spiritual death, right? So this is the beautiful thing about the crucifixion, is when you suffer, then you're on the right path. You know what I'm saying? People don't understand that. They think that God loves everybody. Father doesn't love everybody, and he beats his bride. Yes, he does. He beats the self out of them. The earth, the rule. Less of self, more of Christ, more of Father, more, deny yourself daily, take up your cross daily, follow after me daily. Isn't that what that's telling you? Isn't that what it's telling us? Right? If you want to enter through the straight gate, broad is the way that leads to the wide path. You're not going to enter through that straight gate if you are not narrowed. See how that works? Isn't it beautiful knowing that we have to go through? You can use it as the reverse, you know what I'm saying? Like, reverse. If you're on this side of the hill, you're going down or you're coming up. Start at the bottom. Those with less will have more. Those with more will have less. Oh, it's mathematical. It's algebraic. If you take something from here, you're going to have to give it back over here. Holy crap, Father is mathematical. I know, he does it all by the number. Isn't that incredible? Just measures, too. Oh, judgments. You'll be an accountant, remember? Receiving your prize. What's your prize? You have to have a crown to get your prize. What do you mean? Isn't that beautiful? I love the word so much, Sabrina. I just love what he's done for us. It is so beautiful. If we'll just die to self daily, deny ourselves daily, be crucified, because we don't do the word, and do what he did, we will receive on the other end of this march. Left, right, left, So if you can't fit through that straight gate, brothers, sisters, if you are on the broad way. Broad is the way that leads to the wide gate. Broad is the way that leads to the wide gate, because there's no narrowing. So he beats the people that he loves. He puts them through a long, fiery trials and tribulation and suffering, so that when they reach that judgment, they'll just barely fit through that straight gate, won't they? Woo! That was close. Tolerance, huh? So, no, it's going to be that's the wedding, brothers and sisters. That is the day in my spirit that all this is for. This is not in vain. Everything we are doing here is that exact day that I'm speaking to you right now. There's a reason why it's called great and not greatest of all time, GOAT, none of that. Not great is because they're already purchased, and we're thankful and give grace and thanks. And it is great for very few, and terrible, dreadful is what it says. The day of the Lord. That is what I work for. Everything I do is for that exact moment in time. I don't know when it'll be, but it will happen. It says every jot and every tittle will come to pass for the great and dreadful day of the Lord. Remember? He said he put 1 foot on the land. He put 1 foot on the sea. The sea is the people. And it says it'll be changed in the twinkling of an eye at the last trump. So that's it. The final trump. He does it all by the number. So you better be right on your math. Don't let anybody. They're a bunch of Mexican Americans is what they are. They do some common core trying to tell you 2 + 2 = 5, trying to move the goalpost on you. 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes. What the hell? I know. It don't add up to me. I told you. Bunch of Mexican Americans, common core. So they don't do anything by the number. They don't. It's okay. Remember? 7th shofar. The last cosmos. A series, a orderly arrangement of horns. Shofars. The final trump. The great and dreadful day of the Lord. Lord, you can't serve 2 masters. So I hope this is what you're working for. I call it afterlife insurance. Remember, not life. That's for your kids, for your kin, your blood. I'm talking about your family. Well, afterlife insurance, not pet insurance, not car insurance, not renter's insurance, not mortgages, not homeowners, but you have to pay for insurance to have security so that if something bad happens, you'll be covered, right? Like, are you in good hands, right? Yeah, like car insurance. There's a premium you have to pay if you want to get covered in that accident. The great and dreadful day of the Lord. Remember, he says he sends the 4 angels to destroy to the 4 corners of this rock, north, east, west, and south. Yeah, remember all these, the battle of Armageddon. Oh, we're not there yet. Oh, we got a ways to go for that day, don't we, huh? Put 1 foot on the land, 1 foot on the sea. These series cosmos of events, remember, orderly arrangements are happening through Scripture, and they're happening right in front of your face now. Whether man is doing it or not, Father creates man. Whether they're trying to make the celestial Scripture come to pass, no. The celestial firmament declares the Scripture. Remember, I gave that lesson earlier. In the firmament. So I know what time it is. I know what Scripture celestially wise, firmament markers were left in the book of Revelation, as he said throughout the Scriptures, throughout the gospel. He said he would return. He would come back and pick up his bride. He said he was going to go to where his Father's house was at and prepare a place for his bride. He would, remember, the bridegroom, the bride would tarry. The bridegroom would prepare a place. He'd come back and pick up what he bought, his purchased possession. He paid the bride price. He paid that bride price. Remember? That was written in the celestial firmament. Remember his birth. The birth of the, right? It's all there, brothers and sisters, for us to see. If we had celestial eyes to see, we would see what time we are in. We would have an idea of the age. And you don't think that these occultists at the top, don't they worship the flipping stars. You don't think they know this? Absolutely they know this. That's why they perverted their calendar. April Fools, Ishtar, they're acting like an Ashtaroth, Samarimus. Are you serious? So I'm thankful Father has, given, this ministry the abundance to have this eye, to be an eyewitness. To declare, these markers, to be able to be a witness, to be able to say, hey, the words are coming to pass. These things that were written are literally the jots, they're all, I'm going to be a witness. He said he would send two. You got one hanging on this end of your nose is sitting there hanging on like the thief that hangs right there on your cross, the one that will steal your crown. Oh, I thought it was somebody else that was going to steal my crown. No, it's you, or your biggest enemy. A man's enemies be the one of his own household. That's you. By self-will, you'll send yourself to hell. That's how it happens. The elect will not be fooled. They were already chosen. He knows the exact to the number. How, not by 144 is a parable. That's an idiom. That's not calling out a literal number. You got to learn the difference between 7 days, 7. That's not, see, that is an actual number that it's calling out. The 144,000 is a spiritual number. It's proof of all flesh. I don't know any other pastor that teaches this anywhere on this rock. Like Old Testament, the 12 tribes of Israel, Jeremiah, Judah, Gad, Ham, all these 10, there were 12 tribes. Jacob, who he so loved, up against the great sea. Remember, the man who he loved, he gave the inheritance and called Israel. See, people have lost all of this. The understanding of the 12 tribes. And now under this covenant, he didn't say 1201, did he? Well, Jeremiah and Judah, they didn't succumb to idolatry and going after gods in the sky and, Nephilim and eating massé of human flesh. And so because I'm giving them 1201. And Gad and Ham and, you get 11,999. No, he said 12,000 from each of the 12 tribes of Judah. Remember? He was the lion. He sprang out of Judah from the house of David, born of Bethlehem, not of Nazareth. So Jesus Christ was born in the manger. Jesus Christ is Satan. So don't do that in here, Julian. You're a perverted Christian or some religious idiot. So there's no Jesus. Neither of those words were ever written in Scripture. And soon, what do you mean soon? Nobody knows the day or the hour. Which Jesus do you speak of? Paul wrote of another Jesus. So which Jesus do you speak of? The Hamashiach, the Messiah, Christ. He said many Jesus, many Christ will come in my name and they'll be deceived. Date picker. Uh-oh, we got a date picker in here. So it's hilarious, brothers and sisters. The kingdom is already nigh. It's within. He will return and pick up his bride. Nobody knows the day or the hour. He said he would tarry, remember? Though people don't know what that is. They think it's like a tarry stop where they're going to stop and frisk you. So, yes, Ryan said that. Jesus was at my neighbor's house yesterday and he did a great job on the lawn. So, he did. And his buddy Jorge. They came by. They were in Lanecountychoppers. They were chopping up the grass. That's my old landscape company. Get it? Lanecountychoppers, custom yard care. Hey Mo, like Larry, Mo, and Curly, the three best friends your car ever had, like Larry, Mo, and Jack, or Ham, Shem, and Japheth. So he did. He had Jose, Josie, and he had Jorge. He did. Hor. Can you roll your arm? Hor, like Julius Caesar. Julius. So, good stuff. Are you doing landscaping? Are you doing edge mow blow? The three best friends your lawn ever had? Edge mow and blow. That's my landscape company, guys. Get it? Edge mow and blow. I don't do irrigation. So put that in. Nobody's ever done that. I'm giving you all my, my old school Lanecountychoppers business. So use the animation, make up 3 characters. I had one. I had the Shaggy looking guy. You know what I'm saying? Well, he looked like Shaggy. The lawn, your lawn's shaggy. He's mowing the lawn. There's a bunch of bees buzzing around him or whatever. But all right, never mind. It's an old business. But edge, mow, and blow. So you edge and you mow and you blow. You don't do sprinkler systems. You can explain that to people. And then you go out and you just do. Like I like to do it by the job. I don't like to do regular service. Regular service, it gets boring. You got to go to the same customers every time. Go knock on doors. Hi, how you doing? Nice to meet you. I'm with Lanecountychoppers. Custom yard care. No, not motorcycles. We're not, like, no, listen. Your yard, no bueno. No, I left Jesus sitting over there. He's over there cutting over there. Jesus over there cutting the lawn. No bueno. Too grande. No mas. They're gonna fine you. Your lawn looks like crap. No, you don't have to say that. Hey, I'm stopping by because not trying to sell you a rainbow vacuum. Your lawn's gonna keep growing. I've noticed those trees are growing right up against your gutter line, and your bushes are right up against your house at pest control. And I wouldn't be stopping by if you didn't need landscaping, right? Not trying to sell you a Christmas sweater or a Kirby or a rainbow vacuum that you're going to stick inside your closet. You can get out of the closet. I'm trying to offer you some landscaping. Guys, it wasn't even that hard, to be honest with you. You start doing good landscaping, the neighbor come over. Hey, I want some of that service too. Edge, mow, and blow. The 3 best friends your lawn ever had. So, hey, I'm glad I got into the business, guys. It was a good business. I didn't have to. It was a hard job. I did it. I made a lot of money during the winter months. You know what I'm saying? I'm in charge of the wood this year. Oh, nice. So you're doing tree work. You're doing tree work then too. Cool. I work for a company that did landscaping and tree work, AAA landscaping and AAA tree trimming. Giannis, he's a Russian. That guy could scale a freaking tree like a bear, and he could make a tree land anywhere he wanted it to. Seriously, we'd always put the covers over the fences, but I'd never seen him even hit anything. That dude could scale a tree. He was like 6'10" or 11, almost 7 foot tall. Big. Taught me a lot about tree work, how to be a good doing groundwork's tough. Bucking all that stuff and putting that all into the chipper, not getting sucked into the chipper. And, I've done that type of work too. Sabrina, if that's what you're doing, you're hardcore, lady. If you're doing groundwork, I know what you're doing. If you're doing tree work, I know exactly which job you've had. I've had your job. That's way harder than edge, mow, blow. That's easy work. So, outstanding. So that's a whole different side of landscaping that some landscaping companies get into as well as tree work. even, even if it's doing the trimming, not even falling, just doing, climbing and going and taking up, like I said, cutting all the trees away from the gutter line and doing all this whole part of the landscape company. Just, hey, all those tree branches, they're causing your roof to go bad, your gutters to go bad. That brings in pests. It could be, it's an easy sell. Truly is, you know what I'm saying? So, um, I enjoyed it. I had more work. I'm glad that when I got into the business, I was taught that there will always be more work than there is landscapers, especially where I did it. I did it over there on the I-5 corridor where it's like, it's very wet and, they called it, in the Willamette Valley, they called it, the natives called it the Valley of Sickness in the Willamette Valley. Not far from, I'm not giving away Ryan's location, but not too far from Ryan's, obviously not in the Willamette Valley, but that's to the south. They call that the Valley of Sickness or the Valley of Death because of all the mold spores and all the, and all the, it's a very wet, not so much anymore. The climates have changed a lot up and down that I-5 corridor. But again, you know, there was always the grass would grow, that it was more, landscaping than I can ever do in my lifetime. And I could actually make a lot more money than most of the guys strictly going into the winter months using just my blower. I had the big Shindawa. I like but the Shindawa backpack blower and blow wet leaves. Because about the time that the leaves fall in the fall, most landscapers are done. They work their butt off all summer. They don't want to deal with wet leaves, especially over there where there's oak and all these other that have, I'm over here in the desert. We don't have a lot of that type. Yeah, no. So I love, that's what I'm saying. I love the idea of landscaping because you get a lot of change. That's why I don't take regular service. If you heard what I said, I don't do regular customers. Yeah, see, I make my money in the fall. Spring too, obviously, because you do cleanup, but in the fall, leaves fall down. And over like in Eugene and Corvallis and Albany and Cottage Grove and always all up at that I-5 corridor, even up towards Oregon City, Portland, all that gets wet. And those leaves fall together and they stick together and they get thick. So you got to have a big backpack blower and you got to learn how to do it. I mean, there's an art to using a blower. So, but that's where all the money is made. Honestly, I'm not saying in the spring that you can't because people are firing back up, want to do the spring cleaning. But yeah, down in Methford too, up there in Spring Tucky and all the. So, but the leaves are thick, guys, and they get caught in the gutters, and they get caught on people's lawns, and they get stuck in the lawn. So you got to have a really good leaf blower, and you can go around and make a ton of money just blowing leaves. I used to put all the other stuff to the side. You know what I'm saying? Well, about that time, the grass has stopped growing as much. Not that it's not growing, but it's kind of gone a little bit dormant over in the Willamette Valley or even in like Lynn County, a little bit more, more. But those leaves get thick and they get super wet and they actually start, to the process of breaking down, and that's when they really start getting stuck together real thick. And a lot of landscapers, you can shovel them, which is a hard work, but if you can get to them and stay on some kind of regular service too, or have strong enough equipment like a good backpack blower, man, I used to get those leaves rolling and I could get up underneath them and get those things to fold over and start blowing and learn how to, where a lot of guys couldn't do it. Like, man, you make that thing do magic. It's my money maker. I think my blower made me more money than my line trimmer, my edger, my sulky mower. My blower made me more money than all of those combined. It's how I actually got a lot of service too, because I would blow out the eaves and blow out spider webs and turn my backpack blower, instead of going like this, looking down the whole time, I would turn it up and clean all of their top of the, all that dust blows around when I'm blowing stuff around. A lot of guys never take the chance to look up. Those things got spider webs and some of those little leaves and all that sticks up their eaves. A lot of guys don't even do. They're just trying to look at the ground, get in and get out as fast as they can. I learned too in landscaping that you got to give a little service. It is. That's how it takes money to make money. So if you can give a little service, it does give back. Neighbors seeing you do things. I've had people go, I've had a landscaper for 15 years, 20 years. I've had 10 landscapers. I've never once seen a landscaper take their blower and blow out my eaves and all the spider webs and get up there and, oh, that stuff hit the top of that roof line. Don't get the edge of the flat, blow that, that shingle up, but, goes a long way, blowing out from behind. If you take a blower and you don't just blow it at the wall and you blow it right directly at the wall, it hits the wall and it blows everything away from the wall. A lot of landscapers don't do that. They blow it into the bushes and all that stuff gets up underneath their bushes and up. And that causes pests to come up, insects and things like that make their homes as they got bushes growing up, So I've done landscaping and people are, and I understand you're only paying so much somebody an hour. They're not trying to do this like their own, no attention to detail, and they're trying to get in and get out and make as much money as they can. So you're not going to get the best service, on a general average. If you're hiring a larger company, I would find out, I'm not saying that there aren't big companies that can't, but they don't have the time. They have too many customers to be blowing out eaves and getting the stuff behind the bushes, getting that back out, because that's all debris you got to work with, stuff that's got to be put on the truck, stuff's got to be dealt with. So they don't want any extra work, don't want to give away any work, and don't want to make any extra work for themselves. And so you get what you pay for. So many times that I could actually offer them a competitive rate and do much better service for them. But most of the time I would never offer a regular service with somebody, and that really frustrated them a lot. They're like, why can't you come back here all the time? I don't do that. I don't do regular service. I don't want to do the same thing over and over again. I keep myself free for property management companies. So when people's grass gets too long and the company's going to, the property management company's going to get fined, they call me. I'll come out there same day or the next day. Most people won't come for a week or two with a landscaping company. Too booked up, too many clients. Nope. So as you can see, I dealt with my landscape company a lot different than most people did. And people want that regular gravy work. No, there's a certain amount coming in. I'd rather not. I'll go ahead and roll the dice there, because there's no such thing as luck. And know if I do enough work, some people come see the work I'm doing and ask me to work, and I don't even have to go try to chase work down. Like when I started working for a property management company, I was taking people's jobs because they were overbilling, incorrect billing, wrong, they weren't even doing it right, not using the modern tech, the ability to send photos and video when that was new coming out. This years, many years ago I had this, and use that type of ability. Same day billing. This guy did the job, billed it, done all of it in the same day. Yeah, same day. And I sent them pictures, and they can bill me the same day if they wanted to. I've already done it because of the format that I had. So I did it a lot different than most people, like I said, and that's where I could pick up jobs like clean outs. That's another one I did for landscape companies, where I stopped for many times. I didn't even have that many landscape jobs because I did clean outs for them and would do it in an orderly fashion, not bring a whole bunch of people over there, be sorted, get in, get out, do it properly, and do the landscape company or the landscaping with it, and never charge them for a dump fee, so to speak, on landscaping. I would have to charge dump fees on a clean out, but I just charge them a flat rate. I put it in my hourly. I know how to bill. It's not that dang hard. So I put it in my hourly. I price it in to begin with, and then it's all billed out under what they love it. They're like, look at how simple this bill is. And that's where people hire and make money on these companies. Dump fees and all these extra, whatever. People are shady out there in the landscape business. They are. not so much the companies, but the smaller guys that go out and do things like this, that what I'm saying, do piecework, trying to and get over on their customers, and don't give away any work, and are trying to turn a dime on everybody, you know, and instead of giving good quality work at a competitive rate, you know what I'm saying? Um, so I appreciate the landscaping job because it's a good, honest living. People's bushes and grasses are always going to grow. And if you do good service, you won't have to chase work down. If you can get bonded and work for something like a property management company, they'll give you more work hand over fist. If you just are honest about what you do, bill them properly, don't take from them, give them a little bit, and it'll give back to you. And then you'll be swamped. I had more work than I could ever do. You know what I'm saying? And especially on the fly. When I was the type of landscaper, didn't take a regular, batch of people, this landscape company could call me up and say, "Hey, I need you to come cut this grass. We've got a client that's, not cutting their grass, and we need you to over there cut it, or the city's going to fine us." The fine is going to be more than for you to go cut it, and we'll pay you a little extra. Most of the time, like that, I would get jobs like that. You know what I'm saying? When you could get out there on the fly by not having a whole regular client list, like I said, it's risky. Well, how do you do it? Well, I set myself up to have enough work, and I'm out doing work for the company. And I got neighbors coming over asking me to do work for them. No, I can't do work for you right now. I'm going from this job to that job. But I'll give you a business card, Lanecountychoppers, custom yard care, edge mow blow, the three best friends, your lawn, ready to give them the little spiel or whatever, and, and be on my way. So I can normally, business would come in. I'm really glad that the gentleman that I traded like a $15,000 1958 ragtop, one pan off, full restoration, cherry cola, root beer brown, like purple. That bug was be worth a lot of money right now. But I traded it for landscaping equipment. But I sat down with the guy, and he's like, I really want to help you out. I know you're really giving me something that's, been done 100% properly. And I want to give you the proper equipment. So he ran me through and let me go through he offered me like 4 packages. And then I ended up like switching and mixing a couple to create my own pet. He's like, "That's all right. I want to see you successful." But he sat down and he told me, he's like, "Since you talked to me, you already obviously how to hustle. Go out, show your work." And I already knew that, you know what I'm saying? And I used to do it. I used to get a little Toyota, little purple blurple color Toyota. And I used to put a little lawnmower in there, a Honda mower, decent mower, and and a line trimmer and a blower, and go knock on doors. Like I said, "Hey, I'm here to cut your lawn." "What?" "I'm here to cut your lawn." "I didn't call for lawn service." "Well, it needs cut. I wouldn't be knocking on your door if your lawn didn't need cut, right?" "Well, how much?" You tell me. I know the kids come do it for $10, but I'm not a kid. I'll do it properly. I got equipment to do it right. You don't like it, you don't have to pay me. I just tell people, why would you tell somebody they don't have to pay you? Never had anybody not pay me. Do the work properly, they'll pay you, Yeah, nice. You can turn over equipment. I like the idea of doing that and bringing in new equipment. You got to have good equipment in the field. That's what I did. I bought good equipment. I did. I spent money on it. Still, FS90, Honda, hydrostatic, Shindawa blower. I spent money at first. Even before I got my own, trailer company, I went out with a little pickup truck and I got her done. And I didn't take no for an answer, not for myself. I just went out there and did it and hustled it, because I'm not knocking on somebody's door trying to offer them something they don't need. See what I'm saying? To me, it was like it's the easy sell. I'm not selling them anything. They don't want it, I leave. I make them a reasonable rate. Normally they pay me in cash or they're happy as pie. I make a couple $100 a day. It's a hard time sometimes doing that, working for a landscape company, making that kind of money. Well, by the time, if you got taxes, license, bond, insurance, inland marine policy, all that, it's takes away from the whole, I miss hustling. I love doing that stuff. It was fun, man, going out in a pickup truck and neighbor coming over to me going, "Wait, man, can I get some of that service?" "Well, yeah, I'm almost done here." Could take that instead of, nope, I can't do that because now I'm working for these, It was fun getting off the ground. But once that guy saw how I knew how to hustle, he's like, "Look, yeah, I want you to know, you've got the right attitude. You know how to make this work. I'm going to tell you, there's always going to be more work than there is landscapers." And that just, man, once I heard that, I'm like, this is a good, honest living. So I don't mean to go off on this here with Sabrina saying she lands, but it's a good. You feel good at the end of the day, and it is rewarding. In some ways, it's even better than like building a house, because that could take you months and months to turn out a final result. Every time you leave somebody's property, you've made it beautiful, so to speak. It's kind of like some of these, not every time, but you ever seen these people, they do these free landscaping for people. We don't need to go that far with it, but there's a reward at the other end. You get to see the fruits of your labor, especially when you do a nice job. You come in there and, man, it look like a damn golf course. Woo, it looked good, you know? And I'm not about vanity, but, cleaning up, doing all, taking something that's, maybe the last landscaper didn't do a great job, and you come in there and do it for them. They're like, holy smokes, man. And you didn't overdo it. You did it at a rate that, like I said, you still gave them a little work. They're just not used to getting good service, and not used to have somebody come out and give them some, yeah, see what I'm saying, Sabrina? That's why I loved landscaping. Okay, Pat, stop doing that. I liked it because, again, it is something that, hey, every job you walk away with, you get a little bit of reward. Maybe not the monetary, but to look back again, like I said, at the fruits of your labor. And a lot of the times, like I said, you're providing them, a pretty good service. Something like, hey, a lot of those bushes are growing up against your house. That's not good for pest control. It's not good for your house. The roots grow up to the foundation. Let me get those trimmed back away from your house. I've noticed some of these branches are growing into the eaves. I've got a pole saw. I'll get up there, be careful. We'll get that away. You're saving your customer money. You're saving them, which would cost them a lot of money, preventive maintenance. So again, things like this go, well, wow, I never had my land. They just came in and tried to get my money and leave. Yeah, they never talked to me about the tree. They never talked to me about any of this. I've had a landscaper for 10 years out here. So you can build, a good relationship with them too, because they're happy. You help them, especially if they're like seniors or somebody who has a disability or something. You can give them a good service, give them a reasonable rate, and then you walk away and you're like, the fruits of your labor are right there. You don't get that with a lot of jobs. You go to work 9 to 5. You work for the man. You're making somebody else's paycheck. You're not. What kind of job is that? Oh, you gotta get your vocation one day, or 1 week a year. So, no enjoyment out of a job like that. So I enjoy doing jobs like that too. So outstanding, Sabrina. It's cool. I think it's a great job. There are a lot of females in the landscaping industry, and they knock it out of the park too. I'm telling you, I've been out there. I've worked a lot, and some of these landscape companies are starting. I've seen this hiring females more on a regular basis, and they are mowing circles around some of these guys. They're motivated. It's coming into the industry too. I've seen it even when I was in. It's been a long time, since, but I was starting to see a lot more jobs out there where I'd see a female out there. I'm like, hell yeah, this ain't a predominantly male job. This is a job that any female can be good at. You know what I'm saying? It's a job where it's kind of like again, it's an attention to detail job. It's not so demanding that it's back breaking. It can be exhilarating and back breaking, but it's not nothing a woman couldn't do. And again, do just as proficiently as a man in the same orderly, timely fashion. So, yeah. Yeah. And I know a lot of, like I said, I know because it's an honest living and on the hard days work, they're going to be a little hazing on the job in some jobs. But I remember some, like I said, the landscapers, when I would talk to them, like, no, we just treat each other the same. We don't even really think about it. We go out and party at the end of the night, do whatever. And it's just kind of like we're all one and the same. And I like that. I was like, man, that's awesome, to see making a good, decent living and a collaboration and again, not over exhilarating to the point to where you're hurting yourself. You have to be safe. You're using machinery and stuff, line trimmers and things. A lot of things could happen, but safety oriented women in the field out there are just as competitive, I think, again. And again, I think that some of them are, in a sense, a benefit to the client. What do you want to watch? Some lady cut your lawn or some dude cut your lawn? I'm not saying in a bikini, but I told you the number one seller is sex, or the insinuation of, did I not? And then you're paying for the convenience of them to mow your lawn, which is the second seller. So this ain't some string bikini lawns landscape company. I'm just saying out there. So I think Dad better get off here and make something to eat here pretty soon. I think it's time for dinner, guys. I'm not sure what I'm going to make. Would you stop being a weasel? Yeah, no, like I said, I didn't see a ton of it because it's been years since I landscaped, but they were starting to see some of these companies pulling some females, and they were just out there working. It didn't seem like it was distraction. It didn't seem like, and actually when I went and talked to some of the guys, because whatever, talked to them out there, hey, what's going on? What do you do? I've got this guy, we do this guy, or that, and like, oh, that's cool. You guys got some, looks like they're out there busting their, what? And they're like, yeah, they're hard workers too. There's, that's cool, man. That's, good to see this in the industry, because growing up, landscaping was, I'm not saying it's kind of like more predominantly a male dominated industry, Jose, not Jessica, Jose, Jesus, not Jessica, Jesus. Ryan, I know I got Jesus mowing my lawn over there for me. So freaking Ryan, man, comes in here. So I'm trying. I'm just a dude, man. So but it's like I say, guys, it's an honest living where you're giving somebody a service where you could appreciate the fruit of your labor, and when you're done, you can look at it, you can both enjoy it. And if you give them a competitive rate, guys, like I said, in the landscape company, this is something any one of us can do. If you are trying to get out of the system, this is a great way to start your own self-start. If the cost startup, if you have like a little pickup truck, is not overly expensive. If you have a line trimmer, don't worry about an edger. You don't need no edger. Get a FS90 with a string trimmer with, bikini trimmer, and you can flip that trimmer over on its side and it'll do just as obviously, an edger has a blade on it, but it's unless you're doing big jobs like total, start over one of these jobs where it's totally overgrown, you don't need it. Your line trimmer will work properly. With that blower, to give away a little extra money with that blower, blowing out their eaves and things like I told you, you can go out and make a couple to a few $100s every day. Cash, too. A lot of the times, these ladies be baking you cookies. Oh, I appreciate you bringing you out tea, especially in the summer months and stuff when it's hot, and treat you very well. It's a good business to be in, guys. I like an honest living. I like work. I enjoyed landscaping. I did. I really did. I'd have to work hard, and at times a little bit stressful because of the way that I did it, being, not overworked, but just, I did get work. It didn't at first. It didn't. But boy, when it started to pile on, it piled on. So you want to under promise and over service. You don't ever want to make a promise. It's like trying to tell somebody, oh my God, this is the best tasting food that you've ever had in your entire life. Don't tell them that. You're setting yourself up for failure. You see what I'm saying? I mean, if you provide good service, it will speak for itself. So you want to under promise and over service them, right? Most people don't. They over promise and under service. I was in the business for a while, so I do understand. But this creates opportunity for people who can, like I said, give an honest No, I mean, that's what I did. I enjoyed it. So again, making an honest living, going out and providing 2 or 3 or 4 clients a day, and having people happy, is you got to be careful. Don't be. Let me give you a little hint. If you're even thinking about what I'm saying, walk. Take the time. Don't do anything in a hurry, and walk every property that you're going to mow. Don't be running over people's sprinklers, especially if you don't know what you're doing at first, and be throwing things at their windows, rocks, and marring your equipment up when you could take a small, it takes a little extra time and go walk off your property and then get started. Once you start learning how to do some of these things, you become more efficient. But something like this, how many jobs do you need to do a day? If you trim some bushes and cut a lawn, you're telling me you can't make $100 on that job? You probably can cut some bushes. Hey, you could get that stuff away from the tree, those bushes away. I got loppers, bring it on, I got some hit, and do a nice edge bow and blow that you can't get $100. Do that twice a day. That's $200. How many doors do you need to knock on where people have grass that's overgrown? It's not like you're knocking on doors where people don't have long grass. You're knocking on the doors that people who have long grass, long branches. You're providing a service. You're not trying to sell them anything. That's where people are a little hard to sell because they think they're trying to. You're not selling anything. You're providing a service to them. Stop trying to be a salesman. You probably won't actually have very good luck if you try to go out and sell something like that. You know what I'm saying? I could do it. I know, but just go out and be yourself. Go out and provide some honest work, and I guarantee you start one job, half of your jobs, Sabrina could probably be a witness to this, a neighbor, especially if you're doing a good job, will come over and ask you for service. That's efficient. Yeah, when you don't have to drive anywhere else and go knock on another 10 people's doors because the neighbor comes over and says, I want some of that service too. And then if you wanted to, you could get hooked up with regular service, guys. I'm not telling you that you couldn't pick that up. Make a regular paycheck. Honest wage. Non-taxable in many cases. Cash. Only criminals use cash. Under the table, So, and tips too, guys. Sabrina, if you haven't done this, I'm going to put this in your skull because I know it's penetratable. You ain't got some Cro-Magnon skull. Sabrina, can you at your job ask or receive tips? Because I used to make about, on an average, $300 to $500 or more every month just on tips. Do you ask every time, Sabrina, when you're doing a job as like a standard kind of a format? Because if you don't, you should, because closed mouths don't get fed. And normally they'll tip you on their own. They will if they want to. If it's good service, they will. But there are people who don't know whether they should or are not familiar. You should ask every time. Or tell them. Don't ask them. You know we take tips, right? We take all forms of payment. CDs, MP3s, RV keys, anything with the title. Hell, we'll take your kids if they work hard. We'll take them to the next job. Right? So ask, and you shall receive. Right? Hey, the old man next door, he gave me a tip. Don't sit on hot rocks. He said it might save my ass someday. Don't sniff hot bicycle seats. Don't eat yellow snow. There's a good tip. There's the tip of the day. So cool. So make sure you ask every time, Sabrina. Every time. Don't leave it out. Just make it part of your close, like, all right, hey, we're all done here. You have any questions or anything? Hey, we take tips, right? All forms of payment. All forms of green. If you own your own business, you can. We take all forms of green. Goldbacks. Yeah, he's trade for some landscaping too, a little trading. So Lanecountychoppers. He's like, well, if you like stuff that's chopped down, you chop this down. I'll give you what I chop down and chop, chop, chop. So back in the day, that was a good job. Offered all kinds of stuff. People, like I said, people are very courteous when you're providing them a service, and it's a good job. So either way, I would encourage anybody who, if they've ever looked to try to get a self-starter, if you're self-motivated, time manager, and you don't need to be told when to get out of bed, and you can get up and motivate yourself, do a little preventive maintenance on your small engine repair type stuff, and go be disciplined, and don't be afraid to go knock on somebody's door because their lawn looks a little bit long, and offer them service. There are people who just don't know how to say no. I'm not saying taking advantage of people, but if you talk to, I'd say on the average, I've done this for decades, 20 people, one person won't even know how to tell you no. They're just like that. Not that you're taking advantage. They just don't know how to say no. And if you don't ask them like that, and you just tell them, well, you could do it for $100, right? Yeah. You got to put it out there, kind of like the tip. You know what I'm saying? All kinds of things. That's what I say. Your customers in landscaping. I have been offered some of the, I don't know, customers in landscaping. You actually like to get to spend some time when you're done and they're watching you. And some customers will watch you like crazy. Some don't care, but some will sit there and watch you the whole time. Sabrina know what I'm talking about. Normally the ones who watch you are the ones who will give you something random. The ones who don't watch you are normally just give you a tip. Sometimes it's already written in the check. Well, of course, I told you. I already said that, Sabrina. Remember, would you rather have a female mow your lawn or a male? Remember, I told you, just for watching. Remember, I didn't say anything other than that, just to watch. They do. That's what I'm saying. I like landscaping. Customers are very open in landscaping, especially, what I'm saying? I don't know what it is. You know what I'm saying? I told you that, Sabrina. That's exactly what I said. Remember? Not in a string bikini, mowing it in, in a Girls Gone Wild kind of, honey, what are you looking at out there, honey? There's a lady out there mowing our lawn, honey. So, it's kind of, it's, like I said, I already made a mention. So that's awesome. This is why the landscape companies are hiring these ladies, you silly little gooses. Sabrina is showing you exactly what I was talking about. This brings success to the company, especially if they just go there and do their job. They're not biased. They're not trying to get a date. They don't mix their, dip their ink in the company well. None of that. They could keep their business and pleasure separate. They go to work and do their job. And, it's an addition to the business. So hallelujah. Thank you, Sabrina, for being the prime example of what I'm saying. But I have to tell you, doing it on your own is it's a decent living. I was able to take care of my expenses and work hard, and then eventually open up my own landscape company. Now, again, I traded something that I'd worked hard for, and turned and then created an actual, license, insured business bonded, license bonded, insured, so I could go to work for property management companies. Step my game up a little bit, have sulky mowers, Honda, Stihl, Shindal, all this top of the line, equipment, and take it out with the cage trailer. And a lot different. I didn't get the same response to people. I'm telling you, when I first started, guys, when I would pull up in my little pickup truck with my little Toyota, with my lawnmower and my edger and my line trimmer, it was almost easier to work than when I pulled up in a full-size Chevy, extra cab, nicer Chevy with the cage trailer with all that equipment. They were like, oh my God, this is going to cost me a fortune. You know what I'm saying? So it wasn't as easy when I was trying to transition over to get my own landscape company because I didn't have it right away. I didn't go to work right away for that property management company. It took me a little bit longer to get my, I'm going to say, get licensed, bonded, and insured, and still to make a living. I had to keep going. But sometimes, like, man, I'm just going to put that little mower in the back of the truck. This hauling around this cage trailer, these people are intimidated. I look like one of these bigger landscape, fully that's a lot of money on that trailer. This guy's going to charge me a fortune. So I don't know if you're catching my drift, what I'm saying. So sometimes in my little two-wheel drive little pickup truck, little blurple colored, I'd have easier time talking with people. They were even a little bit less, like I said, a little more communication with me. We're so worried what the check price is, what the price. Now I always negotiate up front side, but the hidden cost, so all right. Well, guys, I'm going to wrap this one up. I could sit there and talk your ear off all night. Let me take a break. I need to get some food in my belly. I'm not sure if I'll come up back before the end of the night. This is a good day. I appreciate it. A little sore today because of the moisture, but feeling a little bit better. Hopefully, I thought it was going to kill me with this much. I heard the rain hitting the top. I'm like, oh no, hopefully it's not one of these days where this cold weather gets me down to the marrow. But feeling okay today. Like I said, just a little sore, but not too bad. More in my hips than my back today. So I appreciate you hanging out with me today. That stream earlier was a good live stream. Okay. Appreciate we're not picking up any subscribers, but I don't care about picking up subscribers. We're getting some of our regulars or get some, some ears coming in and listening. So I don't care if people just listen on the sideline. Somebody's got to be a witness to this ministry. So I appreciate you guys being, the huge part of what, the asset of this ministry is the comment section. So truly is. I mean, you guys help keep the section moderated and keep the comments coming and give me something to bounce off of. A lot of the times I make comments off of your guys' comments. I don't come in with any kind of format. Normally I come in with the title and 98% of the time I never talk about it. So it is what it is. It's organically led by the conversation in the comment section. If you hadn't figured that out. Now I know that I could, obviously, no, yeah, Father sure has beat this ministry down a lot, hasn't he? From like 6 months ago. We are just a little teeny tiny shadow band, no money generated, no AdSense, no monetization, not thrown into the algorithm. We're just kind of like, well, I'm not saying the channel itself is gone, but it's been taken out of the, and that's good. That's fine. Narrow is the way. So I appreciate you regulars that come back, grace the channel with your presence, and whether you're getting notifications or not, somehow you keep coming back. So I appreciate it. It's, it's what makes this ministry. You know what I'm saying? It truly is. This isn't a ministry by myself. That's not a ministry. A ministry is a body, and I am one of the whole. I am not, just because I open the ministry doesn't make me entitled or deserving of anything more than anybody here. Okay. So we all have, the right to come in and fellowship when it's on. And as long as we're producing fruit, you're always welcome here. So remember that. Come back when you have the time. Don't waste your time. If you have other things to do, please go do those things. Time is of the essence. We live in a very important time, a very tremendous time, actually a time that was spoken about thousands of years ago. So don't waste this time. Are you playing the part, that they talked about thousands of years ago? There'll be this generation, the last, the remnant, if you will. Not the end of the world yet. Don't think that's what I just said. So let's not be sensational. Okay. Much agape and phileo. If you want to support the ministry, come back when you have more time because you can't print it. If you've got a bunch of extra printed money, there is a Cash App and a PayPal in the description. I did put the link to my P.O.Box if you want to send a license plate to the ministry. Okay, there's a P.O. Box. Please send your license plates. Send them all. I want to hang them up. sign the back, bottom of them if you want, whoever they came from. And that will be showing towards the backside. You will still be able to see the bottoms of all the plates. Love you, brothers, sisters. I'll see you again next time we bring up the ministry here. HD fat, not for high definition, but for high desert. Faith and truth. Okay? Faith, by faith and faith alone, we are saved, but you have to endure the end if you want to be saved. That's what he said. Be carried, lifted, and picked up from beginning point, any point, and then healed over here. So I will see you if I don't see you until this side, I love you, and I'll see you again. The Most High willingly will come back up. I don't know if I'll make it up back for the end of the night. I already live streamed quite a bit today, but I don't know. I'm just sitting here and, like I said, I don't want to look at the world right now. All this Iran and all this is so scripted. It's not like I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know each little detail, but I do have a pretty good understanding of what is to come. So it's not the end of the world. This is time to prepare. The captain has not put on the fasten seatbelt sign. I suggest until you are out of the system and you can be totally self-sufficient, if you don't, get 1 foot out of the system and keep 1 foot in the system until that day comes. Okay? And you don't like the new system that comes, just pull yourself out of the system. If not, the new system comes and you don't have 1 foot out, guess what? You're going into the new system. Be ready. So to speak, it's already here. I gave solutions on this live stream on how to do that, correct? I just didn't sit in here and make a bunch of gripes on how to. There's actual, when we come in here, we talk about problems that we're having with the world. We also talk about solutions to the problems, okay? So this isn't just some rant. There truly is solutions to abundance. There are solutions to having bounty, and where most people, I do think in the future, will probably just barely be surviving. I'm hoping at this time this ministry will be thriving. Okay? Not by numbers, none of that, but that the body itself will be thriving because of all the gleaning. We are able to eat of the meat at HD Fat. Okay? Pastor Revelation, Pastor Apocalypse.